Good morning and welcome to the Committee on Ways and Means. Committee Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Assembly members Anderson, Backus, Brown May, Dickman, Hafen, Hibbets, Howdigi, Koenig, Mosca, O'Neill, Torres Fawcett, Watts, Yeager, and Chair Monroe Moreno.
And I am here. She called you. You just didn't answer. Will you please mark any members not present at this time, present when they arrive? We're at that time of session where members are running between committees during hearings. Thank you for joining us here in Carson City and in Las Vegas on a beautiful Saturday morning. We will have to go to the floor at 10 o'clock, so we'll get through as much as we can before 10. We added a bill to the agenda this morning. That bill is going to go first because it has to get to the floor this morning, and that's AB 62. I'll remind everyone in the room to silence your electronic devices. You can turn them off, put them on mute. Any interaction in Ways and Means Committee must be respectful of each other. We are a fiscal committee. Occasionally, if a bill has not had a policy hearing, we will have the policy hearing and the fiscal hearing in this committee. And sometimes people hear things that they don't agree with and don't like, but you will be respectful of each other at all times, and that includes members on the dais. If you're not respectful in your interactions with this committee, I will have you escorted out of my committee because I just don't allow that. And once we recess for floor, we will come back. Please do not ask my staff 50 million times when we were coming back because they don't know. We will come back when we come back. That's how it rolls at the end of session. So with that, we will open the hearing on our first bill. That will be Assembly Bill 62, the second bill on our agenda, because the person asked me last night, you got to be fast to make that ask, and that is Senate Bill 422. That would go right after 62. So, good morning and welcome to Ways. That was a lot. Sorry about that. I hope everyone got it all.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the committee. For the record, Steve Acroft, Administrator of the Nevada Housing Division. I can't tell you how pleased I am to see AB 62 on the agenda this morning, so thank you, first of all, very, very much. AB 62 basically came out of the Advisory Committee on Housing, which was formed in 2019, if memory serves. And we've had a pretty good track record of getting bills across the finish line, so appreciate the movement on this. AB 62 effectively does a couple things, but it really addresses the state tax credits for affordable housing. And I'm not going to go into, it's already been through the policy committee. There's technical language regarding ground leases and timing that are very, very important to the division to effectuate the use of the state affordable housing tax credits. But really, as this is the fiscal committee, I will focus on the fiscal impacts, and that is the change from 40 million to 100 million ask. So basically, this was established in 2019, was the initial issuance of $40 million for state tax credits. As this was developed, we thought we could go to another 60 million ask and get us through a number of years. That may need to be changed just because we understand when this was developed and submitted, I think, back in the fall, things were probably a little rosier from an economic standpoint. So, but I want to focus in on the fact that we have $16 million left in the next 2 years to allocate. So that is below the 10 million per year that's allowed to be allocated. So effectively what will happen is sometime probably in the beginning of fiscal 27, before the next session ends, we will be out of state tax credits. So I think the ask here is to, from the committee is to at least modify possibly the ask How that gets done, work session floor, I'm not 100% sure, but to continue it so we can have an uninterrupted allocation to get us to where 27 could be a potential ask for a full allocation. And with that, I'll be ready to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. My question, what is the amount? We know that going to the 100 million isn't going to happen. What is it that we actually need to get us to 27?
Steve Acroft, for the record, to get us through to the end of the 27 session, so whenever sine die is in 27, would be 10 million.
So if we were to do 20 million, that would give us a cushion for any unexpected, anything that came up.
Steve Acroft, that is accurate.
Perfect.
More is better.
Assembly Member Bacchus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And this is a program I like. I mean, I sat on the Revenue Committee, so I could see how these funds are utilized for braiding for our affordable housing projects. And just so that the committee is aware, because as I understand it, we right now have existing tax credits on the books for housing that are in this fiscal year, correct, and next fiscal year. So when we're looking at the 10 million or even 20 million, I know the ask was 100 million, it's spread over a period of time. Can you tell us what fiscal years those would hit in? Because we already have an existing tax credit program in place and what that looks like. So when we're planning for that future, we can know what we're going to expect. Thanks.
Steve Acroft, for the record. So I think I can answer your question. In FY25, so at the end of this year, we will have issued $13 million worth of state tax credits in the gap financing structure of the affordable development. By issuing $13 million, we're limited to $7 million in fiscal 26. So that will leave us at about 31, 32 million of the initial 40 allocation to be expended. And as I think very many members of this committee are aware, getting to put together affordable housing projects in the capital stack is getting more difficult and more difficult. This is an incredible tool. We're getting about 90 cents on the dollar as we go through, which from a national standpoint, other states that have state affordable housing tax credits, I believe we are the highest. Certainly one of the most efficient ways of getting state tax credits across the board.
And thank you for that. So if we added the 20 million on top of that, would there be, you wouldn't expect to use all 20 million in fiscal year 25, 26, because we would still have a cap that would, like it could roll back into 26 and 27. I'm trying to figure out what years the 20 million would hit.
Sorry, Steve Acroft, for the record, I really didn't answer that part of the question. Basically, we're good for 26. We have issues in 27. So 10 million solidifies fiscal year 27. 20 million would solidify fiscal 27 and 28.
Thank you.
So Mr. Acroft, question on, in the bill, section 2. In subsection B of section, my mic's on. Section 2, subsection B, where the total to exceed was 40,000, the new total was 100,000. Should that be now amended to 60,000? Or 60, yeah,
Steve Acroft, 40 million
40
to 60 million.
to 60 million.
Yes.
Okay, so
Thank you.
that's where we need to make the. Okay, sorry about that. 1,000 would not help you. Members, any other questions? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much. And thank you for being ready on the fly for this. I appreciate it. I'll invite anyone to the table that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 62.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Mindy Elliott, M-E-N-D-Y, E-L-L-I-O-T-T, today representing Nevada Housing Coalition, Nevada Rural Housing, Reno Housing Authority, and Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, in strong support of AB 62. Just for the committee, these are last-in tax credits that can make or break a deal. They absolutely provide that last gap funding, and can get a deal from no to yes for the developers. And as these partnerships, and I know we have Ovation here, and they can provide some additional context, but we truly do utilize these, build multifamily, and we really want to thank the chair for hearing this bill this morning and for your consideration. These tax credits are just worth their weight in gold as we continue to develop projects that serve Nevadans. Thank you.
Thank you. You
Good
can go ahead.
morning, Honorable Chair and Committee. For the record, my name is Wendy Colborn, Chief of Staff for the Building and Construction Trades Council of Northern Nevada. We not only represent more than 6,000 union construction workers in Northern Nevada, we also develop affordable housing. We have a Section 8 affordable housing complex, 100% affordable senior preference, which is currently undergoing a rehab. And we're building more units at Clearacre in North Reno right now as well, working on that project. Tax credits like these make projects like ours possible, and we strongly support AB 62 and encourage you to do so likewise. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Kanani Espinoza with the Rowe Law Group on behalf of Nevada Hand. Nevada Hand is the state's largest developer, builder, and manager of affordable rental homes for low-income seniors and working families, currently serving over 8,200 residents. We'd like to thank the committee for hearing this bill today. The state tax credits are a huge incentive for gap financing for these projects, and we appreciate your support. Thank you.
You can go ahead.
Thank you and good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Trevor Parrish with the Vegas Chamber. The Chamber's in support of the fiscal provisions of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else here at the table in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas. And I realize that I failed to give out our call-in number, so we'll do that now. If you'd like to call in to make testimony today, our number is 669-900-6833. Our meeting ID is 882-863-86140, and then please press pound. And broadcast. I am assuming that we do not have anyone on the phone lines as of yet to testify in support of Assembly Bill 62.
We do have callers, Chair. To testify in support of Assembly Bill 62, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good morning, Chair Monroe Marino and members of the committee. My name is Maurice Page, and I apologize for not being in attendance. But to follow up with everyone's comments, thank you for putting this on the agenda. Thank you for allowing AB 62 to be heard. On behalf of the Nevada Housing Coalition, we are in strong support of Assembly Bill 62, which provides the critical technical adjustments and appropriations to Nevada's transferable state tax program for affordable housing. This is a huge incentive, especially for our mid to small developers. We just ask that you review this bill, push this forward, so that this way there won't be any stops or any gaps moving forward with development of any future projects. Thank you again for your time, your energy, and your dedication. Looking forward to working with you in the future. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next caller, and thank you for joining us so quickly.
Chair, we have no additional callers in support.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. If there's anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 62, I invite you to the tables here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go back to the phone line to see if we have anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 62.
To testify in opposition to Assembly Bill 62, please press *9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for opposition.
Thank you so much. We will move to neutral. Do we have anyone here in Carson City or in Las Vegas that would like to testify in the neutral position on Assembly Bill 62? And not seeing anyone approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone line one last time to see if there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 62.
To testify in neutral to Assembly Bill 62, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for neutral.
Thank you so much. We'll ask the bill sponsor if you have any closing remarks. Okay, thank you so much. He is saying no. And with that, we'll close the hearing on Assembly Bill 62. We'll take just a quick We'll bring the meeting back to order, and members, we're going to move into a work session on Assembly Bill 62. As you know, Speaker Yeager waived the rules so we can, a few days ago in this committee and all committees, to do immediate work sessions. So we will move into the work session for Assembly Bill 62, and I will turn the mic over to our Chief Fiscal Analyst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Sarah Kaufman, Legislative Council Bureau. Today, the committee is just heard Assembly Bill 62. Assembly Bill 62 revises the procedure for applying for transferable tax credits for affordable housing, revises provisions governing the transfer of transferable tax credits for affordable housing, revises provisions relating to the amounts of transferable tax credits for affordable housing that may be approved, and revises provisions relating to the expiration of transferable tax credits for affordable housing. Madam Chair, I believe after having the hearing, you had suggested to provide an amendment to Section 2, subsection 1B, to strike the changes that are made in that section and keep the amount at $40 million. So if the committee wishes to entertain that, it would be a amend do pass. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? Not seeing any, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to amend and do pass. Second.
I have a motion from Assembly Member Backus, a second from Assembly Member Hadigi. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. We have a nay from Assembly Member Hafen. And the motion carries. Thank you so much. Moving on, we will open the hearing for Senate Bill 422, which revises provisions relating to voting.
Good morning, Chair Monroe Moreno, members of the Assembly Ways and Means Committee. For the record, my name is James Orenshaw. I represent State Senate District 21 down in Southern Nevada. I want to thank you for hearing Senate Bill 422 today. Senate Bill 422 is a bill that tries to make sure that persons who are qualified to vote are able to participate in our elections, and that any potential obstacles to their participation are removed. With me to my right, I've got Emily Prasad Zamora, Executive Director of Silver State Voices. I also have Chief Deputy Secretary of State Mark Wolashin, who's here to help answer any questions. As to the fiscal note, I did spend a lot of time over in the other house with Mr. Sever from the DMV. He was very kind to probably spend hours going over my questions, my concerns, and at this point, I don't have any qualms with the fiscal note as it's presented. I believe that what we're asking for in 422 is a valuable service for our constituents to be able to have those extra hours at the Department of Motor Vehicles. Mr. Severs let me know that in past elections, the Department of Motor Vehicles has tried to have some extended hours to try to help people who need to get that driver's license or Nevada identification card, and I applaud Mr. Sever and the DMV for trying to make sure that happens. 422 would try to make sure that that's in statute, so that if, in the future, maybe there's different priorities, and that's not something that DMV has, as a priority or can afford to do, it's still in statute, because I think it's a priority for our constituents. So with your permission, Chairman Moreno, I wonder if I could turn it over to Emily Prasad Zamora. Then I'm happy to try to answer any questions on the bill.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Monroe Moreno and committee members. For the record, Emily Prasad Zamora. That's spelled PERSAUD-ZAMORA. I'm the Executive Director of Silver State Voices. I'll just keep it real light, because I know we're in the mini committee and there's a lot to talk about today. We're just appreciative of the ability to have this hearing and Senator Orenshaw's carrying this particular bill. It originated because we run an election protection program that's nonpartisan each and every day through all 17 counties within the state of Nevada. And we have seen that although same-day voter registration is a policy that passed in AB 345 in the 2019 legislative session, there are a lot of voters, Republicans, nonpartisans, Democrats that are using the policy. There's still a lot of questions and folks not really understanding that in order to participate in same-day voter registration, you do need a Nevada ID. And so we get a lot of folks that go to a polling location, have not updated their voter registration address, and then want to do so and register at their current address and are not able to do so because they're not able to get into the Department of Motor Vehicles in a quick enough fashion to get that ID. So I'll keep it at that. Thank you so much.
Members, do you have any questions for the presenters? I am going to ask one of you to step back, and we'll invite the DMV to the table to speak to their fiscal note on this bill. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, committee members. Sean Sever from the Nevada DMV. We are neutral on SB 422, but we do have a fiscal note on it, as mentioned. The impact here is pretty simple. It's just overtime pay for our employees. They work 40 hours a week, and if we have to bring them in over the weekend or after hours, we need to pay them overtime. Along with security guards we need to have on hand as well. We already do this for people wanting to register to vote at our urban offices 2 weeks prior to Election Day from 8:30 to 11:30 a.m. and then Monday through Saturday without an appointment. In addition, we are open 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Election Day and the day before Election Day. So I think it's important also to point out that the DMV does not register people to vote. We are just the ID providers. People get that confused sometimes. And we're happy to work with the bill sponsor. If you want to reduce the fiscal note, which I've told the senator, reduce the hours. Thanks.
Perfect. Members, you should have a copy of the fiscal note. It would be $118,501 in each year of the biennium. Are there any questions for the DMV or for the bill sponsor? Not seeing any. I thank you so much for being here, and I'll ask you to take a seat back, and we'll invite to the table anyone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 422. And not seeing anyone approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to our phone line to see if we have anyone who would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 422.
To provide testimony in support of Senate Bill 422, please press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers in support.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. If there's anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 422, I invite you to the tables here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair and Committee. My name is Joshua Skaggs, and I am the Legislative Affairs Director for the Nevada Republican Party, here today in opposition to SB 422. The bill has a fiscal note of $237,000 for this biennium and $355,000 for future biennia from the DMV. We particularly object to Section 3, which adds an additional 6 days of special treatment by the DMV at a cost of hundreds of thousands of dollars, according to the DMV's fiscal note. DMV voter registration has been an abject failure, wasting significant taxpayer dollars on a flawed system, causing voters to lose their party registration and failing to produce increased participation in elections. This section adds unnecessary expense and complexity when most adults already have a driver's license as part of functioning in society. SB 422 is another attempt to pass SB 433 of the 2023 session. That bill was vetoed by Governor Lombardo, who correctly noted in his veto message that the bill allows for insufficient proof of residency to vote and places the sanctity and security of our elections in jeopardy. SB 422 creates further delays in reporting final accurate election results by encouraging additional provisional ballots. Provisional ballots, which come primarily from same-day voter registrations, are already difficult and complex for counties to manage. The bill needlessly adds further complexity and delay because it is already incredibly easy to register to vote in Nevada. You can register to vote online, in person, automatically at the DMV, or at the polling place on Election Day. And once registered, voters have ballots delivered to them free of charge without even asking. For all these reasons, we ask you to please vote no on SB 422. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Janine Hansen. I'm the state chairman of the Independent American Party, and we also oppose any additional money going to this. It is so easy to vote in the state of Nevada. It is so easy to register in the state of Nevada. One of the problems we have with this particular piece of legislation is that it allows people with out-of-state driver's licenses or with no driver's license at all, no ID. Now, I don't know how they get along in society without any kind of an ID. I haven't ever been able to figure that one out for myself, but this is just incredible that we have people with out-of-state driver's licenses who haven't been able to get their act together in order to be able to vote. And some with none, they just sign an affidavit. So we particularly are concerned about that section. And then, of course, their provisional ballots aren't even counted until the Friday after the election, which delays election results and complicates things. So we're concerned about that. And we wonder how many people are actually going to benefit who don't have a driver's license from Nevada or ID here, and how much money each one to provide for time at the DMV, how much that will cost for each additional voter. We never heard any information about how many people that don't have Nevada driver's licenses will be going to the DMV. Will it be 10, 20, 30? How much will each vote, each registered voter cost? I think it's unbelievable. So thank you very much. We oppose the bill.
Thank you so much. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone line and see if we have anyone joining us by phone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 422.
If you would like to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 422, please press star 9 now to join the queue.
Good morning. My name is Iris Stone, IRIS-STONE, and we need to balance accessibility against secure election processes. I too am concerned about spending money on this particular bill because the outcome would not be good in certain circumstances. As a matter of fact, I'd like to describe a scenario that could be allowed should SB 422 be approved and passed. An Arizona resident rents an apartment in Las Vegas 2.5 months prior to Election Day with a proper Arizona driver's license and an Arizona address. This person temporarily moves to Las Vegas, makes sure she or he pays their utility bills for those 2 months. The person votes in Las Vegas on Election Day. They show their Arizona driver's license and bring their Nevada utility bill with them. Result, they'll be allowed to vote in Nevada's election. No provisional vote is required. Then a week after the election, the Arizona resident cancels their rental contract and returns full-time to their Arizona residence. The above scenario can easily be applied to any out-of-state student since a student ID is acceptable as a form of ID in Nevada. The same scenario applies to people with tribal ID cards from anywhere in the United States. In reality, SB 422 would create a loophole to allow people with other states' driver's licenses to vote in our state. While this may not increase provisional ballots, it sets us up to allow nefarious actors to traffic in voters, just rent an apartment in their name. It sure takes ballot harvesting to a new level. On top of that, it would be impossible to prove malfeasance after the election. Even if we determined that this happened, we could not do anything about it since it's a legal process in Nevada. I urge legislators to think long and hard about spending money on this kind of a process and the unintended consequences that it would entail. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next caller.
Good morning. My name is Lynn Chapman, LYNNCHAPMAN, and I'm the State Vice President of Nevada Families for Freedom. And in the olden days, we had one day to vote, just one, and the money expended for elections was very low. And now we're talking about over $118,000 just for overtime for the DMV and security guards. This is really quite concerning to us. You know, how much more money do the taxpayers have to pay for people who can't get off the dime and get things done in a timely manner like all the rest of us do? You know, there's over 6 months worth of campaign ads. People can't figure out that an election is coming up in over 6 months. and take care of getting all the information they need together to go to the DMV and get the updated driver's license or ID cards. This is very concerning. We have a real problem on our hands if we have people who can't figure out what to do. I think we are taxed for all of their inefficiencies for not being able to figure out what to do, and then they want to vote. Oh dear, this is very concerning. The amount of money being expended for just the DMV is outrageous, and the taxpayers shouldn't have to be on the hook for other people's inefficiencies. So please vote no on SB 422. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next caller.
Good afternoon. This is Oscar Williams, OSCAR-WILLIAMS, from Reno, Nevada. I urge you to vote no on SB 422 because it allows for a crime to potentially occur by giving a non-citizen, a legal voter, a ballot. And then it obligates the city or county to catch the crime when that ballot is cast and returned. Frankly, there is no worse way to run an election than what SB 422 intends to do. Again, please vote no on SB 422. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Good morning. My name is Ellen Gifford, ELLENGIFF as in Frank, ORD as in David. A definition of clutter is a confused or disordered state. This certainly describes SB 422. This bill is a horrible waste of taxpayer dollars and an insult to Nevada's voters. The definition of elector, according to Nevada law, is a citizen of the United States of the age of 18 and upwards who shall have actually resided in the state 6 months and in the district or county 30 days next preceding any election, period. And yet this bill interjects anyone from anywhere into Nevada's election process, leaving our county clerks with the job of having to determine if their votes even counted after the election is already over. Yes, Nevada's provisional ballot legislation is also cluttered. A provisional ballot by law can't even be opened until the day after the election. Then the law allows for days to resolve any issues. Election legislation's purpose is to support the people's election process, not to clutter it up. Voters are never going to understand this cluttered bill, and of course, most of them won't even see the bill, and it will have to be interpreted somehow in their sample ballot. Laws are supposed to be beneficial to the people. They should be able to pick up any bill and read it and understand it. We are paying for these bills. SB 422 should be discarded. Thank you.
Thank you. Broadcast, do we have any other callers?
Hi, Yolanda Canuck, YOLANDA, last name KNAAK. Madam Chair and committee, I would like to ditto what everyone else has been saying. Please vote no on SB 422. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller.
Hi, my name is Katrin Ivanov, IVANO Frank. I want to strong ditto everything in opposition. I also want to add, if you are serious for election integrity and having the voters trust you, that bill is going in definitely the wrong direction. How about make a bill that Nevada politicians, Nevada local politicians, don't accept money from out of state, or get rid of the PACs, or get rid of the lobbyists, have people that represent actually the voters. How about those things? Why are we not seeing anything in that direction? Why every time you make a bill when it comes to voting in Nevada is always in the opposite direction? you say you want to fix the problem, but your action speaks louder, and they definitely don't speak for you trying to fix anything. It looks like you're trying to muddy things even more. And with the amount of money that's going to cost, come on. It's literally like you don't have respect for our taxes, yet you want to jack up our taxes again. Maybe if you stop spending frivolously like this bill, you don't have to jack up our prices. Please vote no on this bill. Thank you, and have a lovely day.
Thank you. Next caller.
If you've recently joined and would like to provide testimony in opposition to Senate Bill 422, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no additional callers for opposition testimony.
Thank you so much. We'll move to neutral. If there's anyone here that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 422, I invite you to the tables here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we will go to the phone lines one last time to see if we have anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 422.
If you would like to testify in neutral for Senate Bill 422, please press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers for neutral.
Thank you so much. We'll ask the sponsor of the bill if you have any closing comments.
Chairman Moreno, members of the Assembly Ways and Means Committee, James Orenshaw, Senate District 21. Thank you very much for hearing the bill. Just to be brief, I've got a lot of respect for everybody who participates and for the opposition, but I think that some of the comments made I vehemently disagree with, and they're not true. I think that Senate Bill 422, if you look at the plain language, strengthens proof of residency requirements by requiring that proof of residency requirements that are currently in statute now have to be no older than 60 days. So I believe it actually strengthens those requirements, and it makes sure that with our same-day voter registration system, qualified electors are able to participate. With your permission, Chair, Chief Deputy Secretary of State Mark Woloshyn had a couple of points he wanted to bring up as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mark Woloshyn, Deputy Secretary of State for Elections, for the record. Secretary Aguilar appreciates the senator bringing the bill forward, but has also asked me repeatedly to make sure that we put facts on the record, to make sure that misassumptions and other disinformation is addressed in a prompt manner for the record. First, I want to clarify that the residency requirement in Nevada is not 6 months. It turns out if you use AI improperly, it will tell you it's 6 months. And it's important that voters understand that it's not. It's only 30 days. And we're eager to talk about that with anybody that's interested in reaching out about it. And then secondly, Arizona is also a member of the ERIC States organization. We bounce our voter rolls against each other to make sure that anyone that's registered to vote in Nevada is not also registered in Arizona. And again, under federal and state law, it is a crime to vote or attempt to vote twice. And if an individual did go through a scenario where they did vote in Arizona and Nevada, we would prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law. Absolutely. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you both so much, and thank you for putting the facts on the record. I appreciate that. We don't want misinformation to continue to grow. Before you both leave, Assemblymember Hafen.
I just had a question, and maybe for the DMV, because I understand that it's 30 days you have to live in the state before you are eligible to vote. But what is the requirement for how long you can be here before you have to have a driver's license from this state, not from another state?
Sean Sever from the DMV. There's no time limit when you come to Nevada. You need to get a driver's license right away. You should.
But I believe there's a limitation of you can be here you can be living here no longer than.
I think it's 30 days.
30 days. So it's the same period, 30 and 30. Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. And with that, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 422. And as I said at the top of the meeting, we will be taking a recess because we have to go to the floor, but we will be doing one bill before we go to the floor because it's going to be super quick. And that is Senate Bill 503, and we will invite, and I said really quick, remember that. We'll open the hearing for Senate Bill 503, which eliminates the account for the regulation and supervision of the captive insurers and the Fund for Insurance Administration and Enforcement. Good morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Adam Plain, PLAIN, with the Nevada Division of Insurance. In this spirit of expediency, we have a budget account, regulation and supervision of captive insurers, otherwise known as 3818. During our budget close, it was determined that 3818 would likely become insolvent by the end of this upcoming biennium. We have lost many dozen registered captive insurers, and there's no longer enough captive premium tax to support the positions within the budget account. As a solution, we are proposing closing budget account 3818 and rolling it into the division's main operational account, 3813, which will be able to support those positions and operations going forward. Happy to answer any questions.
Members, do you have any questions? And it seems the bill clarifies that any money remaining in the account as of July 1st will remain in the Fund for Insurance Administration and Enforcement and may be used for any other purposes for which the money in the fund may be used for. Is that correct?
For the record, Adam Plain, that is correct, Madam Chair, that the budget account 3818 was originally designed to have a portion of it support the promotion of the captive insurance industry, and that fund would still be, the money would still be earmarked for that.
Members, do you have any questions for Mr. Plain? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. And thank you for keeping it short. We'll call to the table anyone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 503. And not seeing anyone approach the table here in Carson City and no one approach the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone line to see if there's anyone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 503.
To testify in support of Senate Bill 503, please press *9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in support.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. If there's anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 503, I invite you to the tables. And not seeing anyone approach either table in Carson City or in Las Vegas, we'll go back to the phone line one more time and see if there's anyone joining us by phone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 503.
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 503, please press *9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for opposition.
Thank you so much. We'll move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 503, I invite you to the tables in Carson City and Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go to the phone line one last time to see if there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 503.
To testify in neutral to Senate Bill 503, please press *9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for neutral.
Thank you so much. We'll ask the bill presenter, and he's shaking his head with no closing remarks. So with that, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 503. And with that, members, we're going to go down to the floor, so we're going to stand in recess.
Oh, she's leaving.
We'll bring the Assembly Ways and Means Committee back to order. Thank you for your patience with all the moving parts today. And we will open the hearing. Can someone grab Senator Neal? We will open the hearing on Senate Bill 119, and we'll welcome Senator Neal to the table.
Senator Neal, for the record, here to present quickly SB 119. So SB 119 is the MV Grow program, which the state has funded for 10 years. The new total on this, we dropped it from 1.9 to 1.2 because of the current economic situation. And open for questions.
Members, any questions? As Senator Neal said, this is a program we've had for 10 years. We probably need to put this in the executive budget so we don't have to come here every year and do this and just get it funded through the budget. So let's work on that moving forward. Not seeing any questions? Did your phone a friend want to say anything?
Clarissa Coda, for the record, Vice President of External Relations and Campus Operations for College of Southern Nevada. And I would just like to thank the committee for your support of the Nevada Grow program. It has been so very impactful to thousands of small businesses, and it's been our privilege to be part of this program. And so, again, our clients are succeeding. It's a very successful program, and we just really ask for your support today.
Thank you. And Senator Neal, will you just state again what the appropriation would be?
Senator Neal, for the record, it's 1.2 million.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Not seeing any questions from any of the members. Thank you both for being here. We'll invite to the table anyone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 119.
Good afternoon. For the record, Patricia Charlton, Chancellor, Nevada System of Higher Education. Thank you, Chair Monroe Moreno and members of the committee. Just really appreciate your comments and the suggestion of this being memorialized in the executive budget. This has been an incredibly successful program, and we thank Senator Neal for her longtime support. And so we urge your support of the SB 119 bill.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Trevor Parrish with the Vegas Chamber. The Chamber is in support from the fiscal perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Austin Daly on behalf of the University of Nevada, Reno. For the record, we are in support of SB 119 as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else approach the table here in Carson City, we'll go down south to Las Vegas. You can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mike Bindrup. I am with University of Nevada, Reno Extension Small Business Education Program, and we are in support of SB 119. Extension helps to provide some tailored data for small businesses for the MB Grow program. Our data specialists meet one-on-one with small business owners and help them identify some unique needs that they have, and we deliver customized data reports to these small business owners, which gives them access to help make better informed business decisions. And it's been a successful program. It helps businesses identify new markets, understand customer demographics better, evaluate business location, placement, and analyze competition. As we know, small business is the backbone of our economy, and quite often local entrepreneurs are at a strategic disadvantage because they lack the resources to be able to get this sort of data that NV Grow provides, which costs thousands of dollars. And the services from NV Grow are free of charge to clients and also provided in both in English and Spanish, which ensures accessibility across our state to our diverse business community. Please continue to support SB 119 and the Nevada Grow program as it gives small business owners the right information at the right time so that they can grow their businesses for a stronger, more resilient Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Not seeing anyone else at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone line. Broadcast, do we have anyone joining us by phone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 119?
To testify in support of Senate Bill 119, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Marino and members of the committee. My name is Joe Cato, and I am the CEO of Periwinkle Group, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the African Chamber of Commerce today in strong support of SB 119, which will renew the funds for NV Grow program. As a community partner of NV Grow, the African Chamber of Commerce has worked closely with the program to ensure our members, many of whom are first-generation business owners, have direct access to the resources they need to thrive. Through this partnership, our members benefit from technical assistance, one-on-one counseling, business planning support, and access to strategic growth tools that are otherwise difficult to obtain. NV Grow is not just a program, it's a proven ecosystem of support that helps level the playing field for underserved entrepreneurs across Nevada. It empowers our members to scale their business, grow jobs, create jobs, and contribute meaningful to the state's economic development. We believe in the power of small business to transform communities, and we believe NV Grow is essential to making that transformation possible. On behalf of the African Chamber of Commerce, I urge this committee to vote in support of SB 119 and continue investing in Nevada's small business success story. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to inclusive economic growth. Again, my name is Joe Cato, representing the African Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next caller.
Good morning, Chair Monroe Moreno and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Catherine Francisco. I am the founder and president of AAPI Chamber of Commerce, and I am here today calling in to express our strong support for Senate Bill 119. We especially applaud the bill's focus on improving access and eligibility. Many owned businesses are small family-run operations that may have previously fallen through the cracks of traditional support programs. SB 119 opens the door to more inclusive participation. This is about building a more resilient, more dynamic economy across Nevada when we invest in the success of all small business owners. Regardless of their background, we invest in the future of our state. On behalf of the AAPI Chamber and the many entrepreneurs we serve, I urge you to support SB 119. Thank you to Senator Neal for your leadership, and thank you to the committee for your time and commitment to Nevada's small business community.
Thank you for joining us. Next caller.
Chair, we have no additional callers in support.
Thank you so much, and we'll move to opposition. If there's anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 119, I invite you to the tables here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. I'm not seeing anyone approach either table. We'll go back to the phone line to see if we have anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 119.
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 119, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in opposition.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 119, I invite you to the tables here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go back to the phone line one last time to see if there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 119.
To testify in neutral to Senate Bill 119, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for neutral.
Thank you so much. We will ask the sponsor of the bill, and she is shaking her head no, so we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 119. And you have another bill on the agenda is Senate Bill 431, which revises provisions relating to the excise tax on live entertainment. Welcome back.
Thank you, Assembly Committee on Ways and Means for hearing SB 431. So SB 431 is the live entertainment tax on the secondary ticket resale market. The bill does a couple things. There's already a portion that's already in law where the arts gets a piece, but this particular provision, the second reprint, gives 0.25% of the 9% LET rate to RTC, which represents $10,588,000 and some change. And then the rest of the difference on the delta of the tickets amounts to $38,954,000 to the general fund. And so a lot of questions have been on, is this double taxation? The answer is no. The way this bill is written, it is on the delta. So I use the example of a Taylor Swift concert. If you go and buy at a primary site Taylor Swift concert for $1,000, and then you go to the secondary site and then they're posting it for $11,000, then the tax of the LET tax will be on the delta, meaning the $10K that was not actually taxed. And with that, I'll open us up for questions.
Thank you so much. Members, questions? Assembly Member Torres Fawcett.
Senator Neal, I just wanted to know if you experienced this when you were looking for tickets for the Taylor Swift concert, or if you just heard about it from a good friend.
Senator Neal, for the record, to Assemblywoman Torres Fawcett, who has plenty of jokes this morning, never went to the Taylor Swift concert, just read about the high-priced tickets and the secondary market manipulating the tickets, and that is my answer.
Thank you for that, Senator. Next time that Miss Taylor Swift is here, I'm sure that we can work on that together, and we will make sure that they're properly taxed so that we can get that money in there. Thank you.
Please stop your member. But for Beyonce, let's talk.
And I'll be there with you. Members, any other questions? Assembly Member Bacchus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And Senator Neal, thank you so much for bringing this bill, and thank your House as well for getting it over to our side. But with respect to the new allocation, I just kind of wanted to look at what kind of revenue this is going to be for our state. With respect to the changes implemented in SB 431, do you have an idea like what we're looking at potentially that could be added to our general fund, and then what that looks like as well for what would be going to the live entertainment? To the Arts Council, and then also to the regional transportation. I'm just kind of looking at you if you have some kind of figures that you've looked at for the next biennium.
Thank you for the question, Senator Neal. So the Arts Council, each fiscal year is just a standard $150K. The way that, and I don't know if you guys received this table, so current economic forecast just for LET, the gaming portion for the biennium 25-27. Well, let me break that down. So for FY26, economic forecast was $112,746,000. LET gaming for FY27 was $113,869,000. The additional revenue from the resale on the gaming front gives $5,784,000 and some change in FY26. In FY27 on the gaming portion, it gives $11,482,000. The distribution to RTC just on the LET gaming piece is $1,726,847 for FY26. The distribution to RTC in FY27 would be $3,481,000 and some change. The LET non-gaming, the forecast for LET is we had $106,483,000 $549,000 in FY '26, FY '27. The forecast gave us $108,106,000. The additional revenue from the resale on tickets for FY '26 would be $10,655,000 for FY '26. The FY '27 would give us $21,621,000 for additional revenue in FY '27. Distribution to RTC of Southern Nevada would be 1.775 for FY '26, and then 3.6 roughly in FY 2027. But the total of additional revenue for FY 2026 for additional revenue from resale of tickets is $439,000 and some change for FY '26. Additional revenue for resale of tickets for FY '27 is $33,103,000. And so the breakdown would be the subtotal of that total amount would be $49,542,500, and then the breakdown based on these percentages of the 0.25 is $10 million to RTC, 588,16, and then the net change for the general fund would be $38,954,333 for 25-27 biennium.
Thank you so much.
Assemblymember Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing forward this language. I really like it. I do have a question regarding section 13.5.4. It's on page 14. I noticed that it's going to the RTC for the counties with 700,000 or more. I am not asking for a change this time, but I'd like to be able to work with you possibly about possibly helping the rest of the area as well, because I know that there are some other districts that would also love, or some other counties, excuse me, that would love to have this, but I understand where it's coming from. I also understand the lateness of our legislative session. So I'd just like to put on the record that I'd like to work with you possibly in the interim to try to expand it as we look at some of the other current studies that are possibly happening for other areas of the state.
Thank you.
Assemblymember Watts.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a great idea, and just wanted to respond to my colleague and the Chair of Revenue that was a different measure that adjusted the amount that goes to the Nevada Arts Council. But if members of the committee and the sponsor are open, I know where we could get some language to adjust that figure if there's additional revenue coming in. So,
Senator Neal, for the record, Assemblyman Watts, I thought your bill moved. It didn't? Let's talk.
It's very late in the session to have those conversations. We have a lot of work to do. Members, any other questions? Assemblymember Hafen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senator. I know you and I have talked offline a little bit about this, but I did just want to ask if you'd consider lowering the 9% LET, as I believe that it is excessive. But I didn't know if you had any figures from fiscal on what might be revenue neutral based on your proposal.
Thank you for the question, Senator Neal. I do not currently have those documents. And as you know, last session in 2023, I tried the revenue neutral strategy on LET, and there was no support for it. So apparently there's support for this.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. And taxation did have a fiscal note on the bill. Is that addressed in Senate Finance before coming here? And if they're in the room and would like to speak to it, that would be great. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Shelley Hughes, Executive Director for the Department of Taxation. We did have a fiscal note on this bill. We did remove the fiscal note because with the second reprint, an appropriation was put into the bill to cover our costs, operation costs and our personnel costs.
Thank you so much. I only had the reprint on the first, fiscal note on the first reprint, not the second reprint, so thank you for getting that on the record. Member, any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you both so much. I'll ask you to step back and we'll invite to the table anyone that's here to like to testify in support of Senate Bill 431. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jackie Spicer. I represent the Nevada Environmental Justice Coalition. On behalf of our coalition, we are in strong support of this bill and want to thank Senator Neal for bringing it forward. Public transit is essential for our communities to connect residents to jobs, education, healthcare, and other critical services. We hosted listening sessions last year and partnered with the UNLV Public Communications Initiative to survey over 1,000 Nevadans on their experiences using public transportation. People said that they felt it was unreliable, unsafe, and inconvenient. Frontline communities need public transit to be improved and expanded on, and this is an opportunity to do that, especially when the RTC of Southern Nevada is on the brink of cutting services and with their lack of funding. This bill offers a smart, equitable solution that does not raise a regressive sales tax and cost of living for working people. We urge you to please vote yes on SB 431.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Olivia Tanager. I'm the Executive Director of the Sierra Club's Toyabe chapter. For the record, I'm here in strong support also of Senate Bill 431 and appreciate Senator Neal's hard work on this. We know that the real cost of housing is the cost of housing plus the cost of transportation. And so the more money we can get into RTC, the more we're bringing people's cost of living down, which I know is something that you all are hearing from your constituents and something that we're working hard on. So I urge your support. It would be really lovely if we could get Ms. Taylor Swift to pay for transit to trails, two of my favorite things. So with that, we urge your support and thanks Senator Neal again for bringing this measure forward.
Thank you so much. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas. We'll go to the phone lines. Do we have anyone join us that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 431?
To testify in support of Senate Bill 431, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tara Webster. On behalf of the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada, we ditto all previous testimony and enthusiastically ask that you support Senate Bill 431.
Thank you. Next caller.
Peter Guzman, president of the Latin Chamber of Commerce, and just want to ditto and put on record that the Latin Chamber of Commerce is in full support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chair, we have no additional callers in support.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. If there's anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 431, I invite you to the tables in Carson City and Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go back to the phone line to see if we have anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 431.
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 431, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in opposition.
Thank you so much. We'll move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 431, I invite you to the tables here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go back to the phone line one last time with the nice music and see if we have anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 431.
To testify in neutral to Senate Bill 431, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in neutral.
Thank you so much. We'll ask the sponsor of the bill if you have any closing remarks. Are there any closing remarks? Senator Neal? Thank you. All right, with that, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 431. And we will open the hearing for Senate Bill 193, which establishes a pilot program to reduce interest rates on mortgage loans for certain eligible borrowers. And welcome Senator Donate back to Ways and Means. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the members of the Assembly Committee of Ways and Means. For the record, I am Fabian Doñate, representing Senate District 10. Promise I don't have a controversial bill this time in front of you. Senate Bill 193 creates a pilot program to buy down interest rates on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgages for first-time homebuyers. The bill appropriates $10 million to the Housing Division to reduce the monthly mortgage payments for eligible borrowers. Essentially, individuals who would qualify for this program would be able to buy down their interest rate from their mortgage when they are in the process of purchasing their first home. By doing so, it gives first-time homebuyers a fair shot by lowering borrowing costs, reducing their month-to-month mortgage cost, and stretching their home buying power. Over the last several years, many of us have heard from our constituents that homeownership has become unattainable for way too many Nevadans, not because they aren't ready, but because high interest rates make monthly payments unimaginable. In many cases, families are spending over 33% of their income just to keep a roof over their heads. SB 193 seeks to establish a program that is targeted at those earning up to 160% of the area median income, what we refer to as the missing middle, with some flexibility for special cases. This investment helps families in stay in Nevada, build long-term financial stability, and invest in the community that they call home. It's a strategic one-time cost with lasting benefits for housing access and economic mobility. Madam Chair, just as a final comment, the bill sets forth an allocation of $10 million, as I mentioned earlier. A quick simple math. If we allocate around $10,000 per family, we expect to help around 1,000 families throughout this pilot program. The $10 million allocation, of course, is flexible. It is variable. It's a number that we put in the bill as a placeholder, but obviously it changes depending on the family and what their situation is. So some may need less than 10,000, some may need a little bit more depending on it, but we anticipate around 1,000 families would benefit from this program. With that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. All right, notice on the first reprint, the appropriation was not in the first reprint, but it did make it into the second reprint. Because I had a question to the Housing Division, if they could afford it, but you put in the second reprint, so the money is there. Members, any questions? Assembly Member O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. Senator, I understand, and I actually sort of like the idea, but as a pilot program, usually there's a start and end date to see how it works out. I see the effective date, but I don't see any sunset on it.
Thank you. Excellent question, Fabian Doñate, for the record. The program will end when the money ends. We wanted to essentially help as many Nevadans as we can, of course, with the housing crisis that we have. And so that's why there is no end date. We wanted to, because the interest rates are high right now, speaking with the Housing Division, we can essentially roll out the program as fast as we possibly can so that Nevadans can take effect once we can roll out the program.
So it truly is a one shot. Okay. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
And if the Housing Division could join you at the table, I just have a quick question for them. This is going to add to your workload. Do you have any concerns with administrating this pilot program, given your existing resources within your division?
Steve Acroth, Administrator of the Nevada Housing Division. The quick and simple answer is no, because we already have the program set up to facilitate the use of these dollars, should it be passed.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Members, any questions? All right, not seeing any more questions. Thank you both. And you were right, it wasn't controversial today. That's good. I'll invite to the table anyone who would like to provide testimony in support of Senate Bill 193. You can go ahead.
Thank you and good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Trevor Parrish with the Vegas Chamber. The Chamber is in support of the fiscal provisions of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Mindy Elliott, M-E-N-D-Y, E-L-L-I-O-T-T. Today, representing the Nevada Housing Coalition and the Nevada Rural Housing Authority and Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority. We'd like to thank Senator Donate for sponsoring this legislation. For your reference, Nevada Rural Housing Authority's proven first-time homebuyer program has helped thousands of Nevadans. In fact, 11,000 buyers and nearly $4 billion in mortgages with down payment assistance. And by creating this state-level pilot program, it helps to expand the affordability for working families. It's a smart, targeted investment that complements existing efforts and brings more Nevadans to home ownership. We respectfully urge your support. Your support will change the lives and the future of many Nevadans. And what's nice about the Nevada Rural Housing Authority program and this program is that they dovetail. We provide the down payment assistance, and this program will assist with the to buy down on the interest rate. So we thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas. Broadcast, do we have anyone join us on the phone line that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 193?
To testify in support of Senate Bill 193, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in support.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. If there's anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 193, I invite you to the tables here in Carson City and Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go back to the phone line to see if we have anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 193.
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 193, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in opposition.
Thank you so much. Then we'll move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 193, I invite you to the tables here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go to the phone line one last time to see if we have anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 193.
To testify in neutral to Senate Bill 193, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in neutral.
Thank you so much. We'll ask the sponsor who is shaking his head no. With that, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 193.
Is someone here for Senate Bill 132 for Senator Nguyen? Oh, perfect. Okay, so we'll go ahead and open the hearing on Senate Bill 132. Please make your way to the dais and feel free to begin when you're all ready.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kirsten Stasio, and I serve as CEO of the Nevada Clean Energy Fund, or NSEF. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about SB 132. It's a bill that provides a $500,000 appropriation to NSEF's programs and ultimately to Nevada's communities. And I also want to thank Senator Nguyen for sponsoring this bill. Oh, perfect. Okay, all right. Here she is. So a little bit about NSEF. NSEF is a nonprofit organization that provides financial and technical resources to implement cost-effective, market-based clean energy solutions that help Nevadans save money. We were created in 2017 by SB 407 and began operations in 2022. And in 2023, the state legislature appropriated $1 million to NSEF, and since then we've leveraged the state's investment by over 200 to 1. We've secured more than $200 million in federal, private, and philanthropic funds and started putting it to work providing financial and technical assistance to diverse Nevada stakeholders, from households and affordable housing developers to local governments, tribes, schools, and small businesses. An investment in NSEF is a smart one because it's an investment in housing, in education, and in Nevada's economy. For example, our Nevada Solar for All program will reduce household utility bills for roughly 50,000 Nevadans over the next 4 years and create over 1,000 high-quality jobs with families sustaining wages. As another example, in collaboration with the Governor's Office of Energy, the $3 million Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Program helps small business owners implement energy efficiency upgrades. And our Clean School Bus program is providing 25 new electric school buses at no cost, primarily to rural school districts in Nevada, helping them reduce their fuel and maintenance costs and creating healthier air for our children. So programs like these, they're critical tools that Nevadans need in times of hardship. And an additional investment in NSEF today can ensure we make the most of limited resources available to our communities and strengthen our capacity to bring even more funding into the state to reach more Nevadans. So to conclude, I'd like to direct the committee's attention to the 4 letters of support submitted by NSEF. Our letters have 21 signees who represent affordable housing developers and advocates, clean energy businesses and trade associations, community groups, and tribes. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'll hand it over to Senator Nguyen.
Hello, Rochelle Nguyen, for the record, Senate District 3. I know that these money committees, money is very, very tight. And we see a lot of projects that come in here, and they're wonderful projects, and they all need funding. And if there was an unlimited source of resources that we can invest in projects, I know that we are put in the terrible situation where we need to balance and figure out where our investment is best served. I can't think of a better organization that illustrates what you can do and what we should be looking at when we're determining on what types of organizations we should invest in. Like I said, for the $1 million that we were able to allocate, they were able to unlock nearly $200 million in federal clean energy funding. That is not only lowering energy costs, that is helping businesses, it's a very holistic thing. It's just a smart investment. That's for every dollar, that means that every one of you in this room and every one of your constituents and everyone in this building is receiving a $200 investment and discount on their energy costs, in addition to it being clean energy, clean jobs. And I think that is why we obviously came in here with much larger dollar figure, and through amendments it has been reduced to that 500,000. And I think it's up on Nellis for this committee to look at. You can see kind of what the difference is in those prices that we make in the investment on what kind of projects NSEF would be able to complete if we were to be able to make those further investments. So I'd ask you to consider those. And we've also asked our supporters to, again, list in letters and submit to the thing in an abundance of time.
I appreciate that. I did notice that. We had a stack of letters on our desks. Members, do we have any questions for the bill sponsor or presenter? I don't think we have any questions. I just want to note that obviously this appropriation is already included in the amendment, but it wasn't included in the executive budget.
It was not.
Thank you so much. With that, if you guys want to take a seat back, we'd be happy to take testimony in support of Senate Bill 132. We'll start here in Carson City.
And Vice Chair, Rochelle Nguyen, for the record, do you mind if I step back onto the Senate floor?
Yes. No, I have no problem with that. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Committee. For the record, my name is Wendy Colborn, Chief of Staff for the Building and Construction Trades Council of Northern Nevada. And as I mentioned earlier, not only do we work to provide a skilled construction workforce, we also own, operate, and develop union-built affordable housing in the Reno area. We've worked closely with the Nevada Clean Energy Fund to help ensure that projects like ours have access to the resources they need to make their affordable housing projects pencil. We work with below 30% AMI at our 100% affordable senior preference housing complex, and we've seen what a difference a reduced utility bill can make for seniors on fixed incomes. The Nevada Clean Energy Fund is truly an investment in Nevada and its people. We strongly support SB 132, encourage you to do the same, and thank Senator Nguyen for bringing it forward.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Rose McKinney James. I'm the managing principal of Energy Works LLC, as well as McKinney James and Associates, and I appreciate the opportunity to appear to support SB 132. and I'm here in my formal capacity as the chair of the advisory board for NSEF, and I'd like to express my gratitude to Senator Wynn for bringing the measure forward. I'm also here because I believe very strongly that NSEF is uniquely positioned to continue to advance Nevada's key energy policy goals. And I recognize that you have many competing demands, but I believe that NSEF has demonstrated its capacity and its ability to become a valued and important asset for the state. And I think it's well worth the investment that's already been described. And I think it's contained within the appropriation request and the parameters that you've established. I also want to recognize the excellent leadership of Kirsten Stasio as the CEO, as well as an experienced professional team under her leadership. And I think they're well equipped to provide the support that is required to advance what I believe is strong oversight, governance, and accountability. So I ask for your support to assist in sustaining the work that this body has supported over the 21 sessions that I have had the pleasure and privilege of participating in.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Kanani Espinoza with the Road Law Group here on behalf of Nevada Hand in support of Senate Bill 132. The energy cost savings delivered through the program will enhance tenant services and diminish funding gaps, ultimately helping developers construct more of the affordable housing units the state needs. We urge the committee to support SB 132, and thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Christy Cabrera-Georgeson, Deputy Director of the Nevada Conservation League. We're here in strong support of SB 132, which is one of NCL's top funding priorities this legislative session. An appropriation to NSEF would allow the organization to build on their successes in leveraging hundreds of millions of dollars in federal funding and private capital to unlock cost-saving clean energy opportunities while creating good-paying jobs and supporting this fast-growing industry. I'd like to point to a letter we submitted on Nellis with 26 organizations and businesses from all across the state that support this bill. Additionally, recent polling shows that 79% of Nevadans support continuing state funding for NSEF to help families and businesses alike with energy-saving upgrades. We urge the committee's support, and thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Alex Tanchek with Silver State Government Relations, representing the Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe and the Duck Valley Shoshone Paiute Tribes. We want to thank Senator Nguyen for bringing this bill forward. The Nevada Clean Energy Fund has been a tremendous partner in helping the tribes build towards achieving energy independence, and are in strong support of this bill. Sorry, Minnie. Also, here on behalf of Vitality Unlimited, a provider of residential substance abuse treatment, currently receiving technical assistance from NSEF. We greatly value that relationship, and nonprofits also need help with their clean energy programs and would encourage your support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Monroe Marino and members of the Assembly Ways and Means Committee. For the record, my name is Mindy Elliott, and I'm here today on behalf of Nevada Housing Coalition, Nevada Rural Housing Authority, and Southern Nevada Rural Housing Authority to express our strong support for Senate Bill 132. Rural areas often face unique challenges in accessing clean energy resources due to limited infrastructure and funding. SB 132's provisions can help bridge these gaps, facilitating the development of renewable energy projects in underserved regions, reducing energy costs for low-income Nevadans. We commend Senator Wynn for sponsoring this forward-thinking legislation and urge the committee to support the funding for SB 132. This bill represents a significant investment in Nevada's clean energy future. We thank you for your time and certainly your consideration.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. Henry Rosas with United Way of Southern Nevada. In the interest of time, I will just ditto everything that has been said. And as a proud partner on the Nevada Solar for All project, I'm just very thankful for Senator Wynn for sponsoring this legislation and for you all hearing it today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Dawson Deal here on behalf of the Environmental Defense Fund, here in support of SB 132 and echoing the comments of the previous speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Las Vegas for testimony in support of Senate Bill 132.
Great, thanks. For the record, Tim Farkas. I'm the finance director of a company called Amoresco. We're an international energy efficiency and renewable energy company. I've been getting financing for green energy projects here in Southern Nevada and all over the country for almost 20 years. I was fortunate to speak on behalf of the bill several sessions ago that created NSEF, and I want to just kind of reiterate what I said then, which was there's a real gap in funding for the markets that they're coming out directly to serve: low-income residents, low-income multifamily, tribes, small commercial. There's a robust financing industry around funding larger projects for larger entities, but there's not there's a significant gap which NSEF is filling very well, and they've come out to fill that need, and they're doing it. And so every dollar that comes from the legislature is going to be supporting jobs, saving money in a very quantifiable, measurable way. And I support 132, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. ABH, do we have anyone on the phone lines wishing to give testimony in support of Senate Bill 132?
To testify in support of Senate Bill 132, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in support.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to testimony in opposition to Senate Bill 132. We'll start here in Carson City. Not seeing anyone making their way up to the dais, we'll go to Las Vegas for testimony in opposition to Senate Bill 132. We'll go to the phone lines. ABH, is there anyone on the phone lines wishing to give testimony in opposition to Senate Bill 132?
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 132, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. We have no callers in opposition.
Thank you so much. Last, we will go to neutral testimony. Is there anyone here in Carson City wishing to give testimony in the neutral to Senate Bill 132? We'll go to Las Vegas. Is there anyone in Las Vegas wishing to give testimony in the neutral to Senate Bill 132? AVH, do we have anyone on the phone lines wishing to give testimony in the neutral to Senate Bill 132?
To testify in neutral to Senate Bill 132, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue.
Perfect. And I know we had guest speakers present the bill. Are we waiving closing remarks? Great. And I know Senator Nguyen had to go to the floor. So with that, we'll go ahead and close the hearing on Senate Bill 132, and I'll turn it back to our chair.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair. And with that, we will move on to the next bill on our agenda and open the hearing for Senate Bill 262. 262 revises provisions relating to the graduate medical education. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Monroe Moreno, Vice Chair Backus, and Assembly Committee on Ways and Means. Thank you so much for having me. I feel like I've gotten to be a frequent flyer here, and I feel very fortunate. My name is Julie Pazina, for the record, and I represent Senate District 12 in Clark County. And I am before you today to present a bill that I've been working on since the week that I was elected. So Senate Bill 262 means so much to me. It's a carryover from Senate Bill 350 last session, and graduate medical education has definitely been something that I've held close to my heart. And I'm fortunate to be joined here not only by the Dean of University of Nevada, Reno Medical School, Dean Houtman, but a phenomenal medical student as well here in the state of Nevada who I know hopes to stay here. So I'm going to give just a tiny bit of background and then discuss the fiscal portion. Nevada ranks last in the nation when it comes to the ratio of physicians to patients, with about 218 physicians for 100,000 people. Again, looking at our population per 100,000 people, only 218 physicians. Currently, Nevada has about 403 federally funded residency positions based off of a population formula that dates back to 1997. United States Senators Rosen and Cortez Masto had made efforts and urged the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to take necessary steps to award Nevada more residency slots as recently as November of 24. But in the meantime, we have a challenge and we need to fix it. And that's why we're here presenting Senate Bill 262 today. Senate Bill 262, on a fiscal side, is asking for an appropriation of $4.5 million for fiscal years 25-26 and also for years 26-27. Oftentimes the question is, where does that money go? And I wanted to give you an example. I've been speaking with a number in the medical field, both from the medical school side as well as the hospital side. And a traditional OBGYN residency startup is approximately $2.8 million each year. A traditional cardiology residency startup is approximately $1.875 million each year. And I could go over a number of these programs with you, but when I'm looking at a $9 million price tag, that's so much money, but there's a reason for it. And it's so that we can get some of these specialties as well as some of these doctors, primary care physicians, and more that we need here in the state. From a fiscal note standpoint, the fiscal note was removed by DHHS and Stacy Weeks, and I would love to hand it over as well to the dean just to explain a little bit more about GME and why we're here today.
Well, thank you, Senator Pazina, Madam Chair, and members of the Assembly. For the record, Paul Hauptman, H-A-U-P-T-M-A-N, Dean at the University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine. This is an initiative that's been discussed and presented on numerous occasions as it addresses a key component of our healthcare workforce shortage that we have in the state. I won't belabor the statistics. You've heard some from Senator Pazina, but the data really speak volumes. Nevada continues to rank between 45th and 49th in terms of physician supply based on specialty in the state. We have difficulty retaining our medical students because of the paucity of GME opportunities. The famous 40-60-80 rule still applies. This is data from the Office of Statewide Initiatives at UNR. Only 40% of Nevada medical students ultimately practice in the state, but the number goes to 60% for residents who train here and 80% for one of the country's highest for those who attended both medical school and a residency in Nevada. You've also heard about the widespread support this legislation has from various constituencies around the state representing patients, hospitals, policy experts, and our students. So let's move forward together, along with student loan repayment programs, which have been highly successful. Building our GME capacity will help us achieve UNR Med's vision and our collective vision of a healthy Nevada. I will conclude by expressing my appreciation for Senator Pazina's work in this area and her perseverance, the bipartisan support here in Carson City, and the support of the governor. I hope that we can cross the finish line in order to start the process of growing new graduate medical education programs to meet the needs of our citizens. And I'd like to ask Maureen Scott, a third-year medical student at UNR Med, soon to be a fourth-year student and currently studying for Step 2 of her boards, to address the GME issue. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee, and thank you, Senator Pazina and Dean Hauptman. I'm Maureen Scott, SCOTT for the record, and I am entering my fourth and final year of medical school at UNR School of Medicine. I'm asking for your support in supporting SB 262 as increasing Nevada's resident physician positions directly impacts my future patients and their access to health care. This next year, I'll be applying to residency programs throughout the nation, and I hope to become an OBGYN to make a difference in reproductive health care access within Nevada. And while I would love to do this in my home state of Nevada, my ability to do so is unclear due to our extremely limited positions in residency in our state. I went to medical school inspired by my own experiences growing up in downtown Reno and being affected by inadequate healthcare access as a young child. And Nevada has not had a major overhaul of available residency positions since 1997 when I was 1 year old. Our population has doubled in my lifetime. So this bill proposes appropriate changes to increase the amount of resident physicians in our state and is the start we need to improve healthcare access as resident physicians routinely care for underserved populations as part of their education, which also uplifts their communities. Thank you for your consideration of this bill.
Thank you so much. And, I can't say it better than the two who I'm sitting in between, but I will share that the reason this bill is so important to me is knocking on doors, speaking with my neighbors, like so many who I'm sure are here on the dais in this room have done and throughout the building. One of the things I heard most frequently was how hard it was to get into the doctor about concerning health conditions, whether they were concerned for themselves, for a partner, for a parent, or for a child. I had more than one of my neighbors crying on their doorstep talking about how challenging it was. And I determined at that point that this was going to be an issue for me to figure out how we could keep more doctors in the state. And that's how we're sitting here with SB 262 today. So thank you for your time, and we stand open for any questions.
Thank you so much, and thank you for bringing this bill. Members, do you have any questions? Assemblymember Hibbets.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Senator, for presenting this. And forgive me if I missed this, but are you able to quantify how many GME positions are going to be able to open up for $4.5 million a year?
Julie Pazina for the record. And we also, and I should say, to give a little history, we brought SB 350 last session, and that was passed by this body, I believe, unanimously throughout both houses. And what that did was create a graduate advisory committee for graduate medical education, comprised of the deans of the medical schools throughout the state, as well as a number of physicians from around the state. And they would be the ones to determine which graduate medical education slots we would create. So it depends. There's a huge variance of cost between maybe creating an OBGYN program, creating a cardiology program, creating a rheumatology program. So depending on where they find the needs to be the most vast in the state, it would depend on which programs are created. So I can't say exactly because I don't know what the council's going to select.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? So there've been a lot of moving parts in DHHS this session, and the money committees approved transferring the GME grant program under the Nevada Medicaid and the new plan, Nevada Health Authority. So what is the intent of transferring the program to the Department of Health and Services in your amended bill?
Julie Pazina, and thank you so much for the question. So I actually asked our LCB Legal, who thank you, LCB Legal, because I owe you on so many occasions. But I asked them what the best plan would be, and they said that as soon as Nevada Health Authority comes into statute, it will just automatically transport all of this into the Health Authority. Because I asked if I should change it to Health Authority, but because the bill hadn't passed yet, they asked me not to do that and said it would just change in statute. And that came from Asher Killian, I believe.
But that is the intent, and getting it on the record, we have.
That is the intent, yes.
Perfect.
And thank you.
Thank you so much. Not seeing any other questions. All right, we thank you all for being here. I'll ask you to take a step back and invite to the table anyone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 262.
Good afternoon, Chair Monroe Moreno and members of the committee. For the record, Patricia Charlton, Chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education. Just to be brief, want to just encourage and urge your support of SB 262, such an important part of our healthcare programming and so very vital for Nevadans. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go.
Good afternoon, Chair Monroe Moreno. For the record, Leonardo Benavides with UNLV here in strong support of SB 262. These are much needed GME slots here in Nevada so we can retain our medical students. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you and good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Trevor Parrish with the Vegas Chamber, and the Chamber is in support of this bill as this funding helps address a severe issue Nevada faces, our doctor shortage. We thank the bill sponsor for bringing this forward, and we urge your support of these fiscal provisions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Monroe Moreno, Vice Chair Bacchus, members of the committee. My name is Jacqueline Nguyen, Nguyen, and I represent the Nevada State Medical Association. I also offer support testimony on behalf of the Nevada chapters of the American College of OBGYNs and the Advanced Practice Nurses Association. A longstanding priority for NSMA and our partners has been the expansion of graduate medical education in Nevada. Expanding GME is not just an ideal, it is a necessary solution to our physician workforce shortages. We're deeply grateful to Senator Pazina for making GME expansion a top priority and NSMA, ACOG, and NAPNA are in proud support. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Moreno and members of the committee. Areli Alarcon, spelled A-R-E-L-I, A-L-A-R-C-O-N. Here on behalf of Touro University, Nevada, the largest medical school in the state, we're in strong support of SB 262. We would like to thank Senator Pazina for all of her hard work on this bill and her efforts to expand GME in Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Blaine Osborne, Nevada Rural Hospital Partners, here in strong support.
Thank you. You can go.
Chair, members of the committee, good afternoon. Connor Kane on behalf of HCA Healthcare and Sunrise Hospital and Sunrise Children's Hospital, our state's largest safety net hospital. We're also in full support. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Monroe Moreno and members of the committee. My name is Grace Michelson with Ferrari Reader Public Affairs. Today on behalf of Dignity Health St. Rose Dominican and their 7 acute care hospitals in Southern Nevada. St. Rose proudly participates in graduate medical education to increase our physician workforce, and we are in full support of this bill and would like to thank Senator Pazina for her longstanding commitment to the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas. Broadcast, do we have anyone joining us by phone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 262?
To testify in support of Senate Bill 262, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Monroe Moreno and Assembly members. My name is Damon Schilling, SCHILLING, with Intermountain Health, and we are in full support, and I would like to ditto everybody else who has made comments.
Vote yes on 262.
Too cute. Thank you both for joining us. Broadcast, do we have any other callers?
Chair, members of the committee, Samantha Barnes for the record on behalf of Roseman University of Health Sciences. We'd like to thank Senator Pezzina for bringing this piece of legislation forward, as we are excited to admit our first class of 60 medical students this summer. We are here today in full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chair, we have no additional callers in support.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. If there's anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 262, I invite you to the tables here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go back to the phone line to see if we have anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 262.
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 262, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in opposition.
Thank you so much. We'll move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 262, I invite you to the tables here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go to the phone line one last time to see if we have anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 262.
To testify in neutral to Senate Bill 262, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in neutral.
Thank you so much. We'll ask the sponsor of the bill if you have any closing remarks, and she is shaking her head no, so we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 262. And we will open the hearing on Senate Bill 104. 104 makes an appropriation to the other state education programs account for the creation and maintenance of school gardens. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. Long time no see, committee. For the record, my name remains Julie Pezzina. I still represent Senate District 12 in Clark County, and I'm so thrilled to be back here today, this time to present Senate Bill 104, making an appropriation for the creation and maintenance of school gardens. And with me today, we have former Senator Mo Dennis, as well as Woody Worthington, Director of the Green Our Planet National Partnerships, and a special guest appearance by Hydroponics. The impetus for SB 104 stems from a growing body of research and community advocacy highlighting the positive impacts of school gardens on student learning, health, and community involvement. School gardens have been shown to improve academic outcomes, particularly in science and mathematics, by providing real-world context for learning, and such programs can promote healthy eating habits, environmental stewardship, and vocational skills, and I hope you were all able to visit the farmers market outside the building a few weeks ago. In Nevada, with our unique desert environment, there's a need for curricula and gardens modeled tailored to local conditions, making this legislation particularly timely and relevant. By leveraging the expertise of nonprofit organizations with proven experience, this bill seeks to ensure school garden programs are both effective and sustainable. For this particular bill, I will say this program does affect 250,000 students within the state, in over 400 schools, so it does have quite a large impact. And it's asking for an appropriation of $200,000 for 25-26 and 26-27. This has not already been budgeted, so I know that this is a big ask, but we feel that this is such an important program that touches so many students. We wanted to be here to support this program. And I will hand it over in case any of my wonderful colleagues would like to share, whether about the hydroponics or otherwise, and then we're open for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Committee. Mo Dennis, for the record. I just wanted to point out one additional thing. The lesson plans that Green Our Planet creates to teach the STEM lessons are available to all teachers in the state of Nevada, regardless of whether there is a garden in their school or not. So, as well as the financial literacy lesson plans that they have prepared. So, in addition to the gardening, you're also getting the lesson plans for the teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee, Woody Worthington for the record. I just want to say one thing, that we are in Nevada the largest school gardens provider in the nation. Thanks to you guys. Thank you guys so much.
Could you share with us what is the other speaker at the table that can't speak for itself?
Yes, absolutely. Woody Worthington for the record. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so this actually, we brought in school gardens, just not dirt, right? Northern Nevada people that live up there, they have a growing season of about 60 days. So this will enable the students to do year-round school gardens. So super amazing, super interactive. The kids absolutely love it. We're in 416 programs currently right now, 16 of the 17 counties. We're working on the last county there, but they're, like I said, there's nothing like project-based learning. So hopefully you vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, all three of you. And the Department of Education had a fiscal note on the bill. Is there anyone here from the department to speak to the fiscal note?
While we look, Julie Pizzina for the record, they did testify at the Senate Finance presentation that they will definitely take the fiscal note down quite a bit because we were initially making a $4 million ask and moved it to $400,000. And we did follow up with them to get an updated fiscal note. I have not received it or heard back yet, but they might be here. Not seeing them, but I will continue to ask and follow up.
Thank you, because we would need to have that for the file just to make sure. And my other questions, since they're not here, they cannot testify to it. So members, any other questions? Not seeing any, and I just want to say thank you for what you're doing. You're in a number of schools in my district, so I appreciate that. I'll ask you to go ahead and step back and invite to the table anyone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 104.
Chair, may I head back down toward the floor?
Of course you can.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Susan Kimo for the record. I represent the Nevada Association of School Superintendents, and we are in support of SB 104. This bill incorporates funding for school gardens, which promotes legislative goals for practical STEM education in an outdoor setting with Nevada-specific curriculum. Please support this bill, which provides a positive trifecta for our students.
Thank you. You can go.
Hello, Chair. I'm members of the committee. Sheila Bray with University of Nevada, Reno. We too are in full support of this bill, and through extension, we work directly with Green Our Planet to continue school gardens as well as professional development for teachers. So thank you, and we support.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Sarah Adler for the Public Charter Coalition of Northern Nevada, 3 of whom are Title I schools. So Green Our Planet has reached out to our charter schools as well here in the state. And then as someone who worked a long time in rural Nevada, all 15 students of the Imlay Elementary School in Pershing County were here for the farmers market and were so excited by the learning that they have accomplished through this work. So encourage your support. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Chair and the members of the committee. My name is Jacqueline Nguyen, Nguyen, here in my personal capacity, actually. My kids started with a Green Our Planet garden in their school from pre-K, and they just loved it. It was the highlight for all the kids. And my twins actually went into middle school and started their own garden club because of that. So it's just a fantastic program to support. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Marco Rauda, M-A-R-C-O-R-A-U-D-A for the record, representing United Way of Southern Nevada, and we are in support of SB 104. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City and not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas. We'll go to the phone lines broadcast. Do you have anyone on the phone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 104?
To testify in support of Senate Bill 104, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in support.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. If there's anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 104, I invite you to the tables in Carson City and Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go back to the phone line again to see if we have anyone on the phone that would like to testify in support or in opposition of Senate Bill 104.
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 104, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in opposition.
Thank you so much. And then we'll move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 104, I invite you to the tables here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach the tables in either spot, we'll go to the phone lines one last time to see if we have anyone who's joined us that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 104.
To testify in neutral to Senate Bill 104, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in neutral.
Thank you so much. And did you want to have any closing remarks? Come on up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Mo Dennis, representing Green Our Planet. We did get an email since the presentation from the Department of Ed. Amelia Thibault said that they resubmitted a fiscal note of 0. And so we'll be able to get that. But she wanted us to make sure to put it on the record that the Department of Ed had removed their fiscal note.
Perfect. And if you could forward that email to us, and we'll add it to the folder. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
With that, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 104. Thank you for being here with us today. And moving on. We will open the hearing for Senate Bill 435. It's a measure that revises provisions relating to nicotine products. And welcome Majority Leader Canizaro to the table. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Nicole Canizaro, and I serve as a senator from Senate District 6 in the northwest portion of the Las Vegas Valley, and also as your Senate Majority Leader over on the Senate side. And I am happy to be with you today to present to you Senate Bill 435. Senate Bill 435, in its second reprint, revises provisions relating to nicotine products. And by way of background information, I want to talk just a little bit about why this bill exists. So the use of vapor products, commonly known as e-cigarettes or vapes, has increased significantly in recent years, and especially among young people. While marketed as an alternative to traditional smoking, these products have raised public health concerns due to their appeal to minors and unknown long-term health effects. Moreover, regulatory gaps have allowed some e-cigarettes manufacturers to sell products that have not gone through proper United States Food and Drug Administration approval, or worse, intentionally avoid federal oversight altogether. So to be clear, I just want to note that this bill would not alter the current structure of OTP taxation or any other tobacco tax under Nevada law. Nevada already maintains a certification process and directory for cigarette manufacturers. However, no equivalent system exists for vapor products. Senate Bill 435 seeks to fill that gap by establishing a framework that mirrors our tobacco oversight process, but is tailored specifically to the vapor product industry, ensuring that illicit vapor products are not sold in the state. Several other states, including Louisiana, Oklahoma, and Wisconsin, have implemented similar directories. Those directories are also under consideration in several other states, which highlights, I think, the need for this type of legislation. Senate Bill 435 requires manufacturers of vapor products sold in Nevada to submit a certification to the Attorney General by August 1st of 2026 and each year thereafter, ensuring compliance with federal law. SB 435 also requires the Department of Taxation to create and maintain a public directory of certified vapor products and their manufacturers. Manufacturers must also list each product's brand name, category, and flavor, and pay a $6,300 fee annually. Enforcement will be conducted jointly by the Department of Taxation and the Attorney General's Office in the form of unannounced compliance checks, seizure of illicit products, and civil penalties. Since this is a money committee, I did want to address the fiscal impact, which we also addressed over on the Senate side. There is accompanying this bill a general fund appropriation of just over $550,000. That will be needed to stand up the directory and then to also allow for the Attorney General's Office to hire the necessary staff for full implementation. Moving forward, God bless you, those costs would be fully funded by a combination of any civil penalties that might be incurred and also those annual registration fees, and would not require further support from the general fund. In closing, I want to just thank the committee for the opportunity to present to you Senate Bill 435, and I would be happy to answer any questions, Madam Chair, that you or the committee members may have.
Thank you so much. Members, do you have any questions? We'll start with Assembly Member Hibbets, and we'll go to Assembly Member Backus.
Thank you, Chair. Majority Leader, I apologize, I missed it. Can you tell me what the licensing fee was for the retailers?
Thank you for the question, Nicole Canizaro, Senate District 6, through you, Madam Chair, to thank you, Madam Chair, to Assembly Member Hibbets. The registration fee annually would be $6,300.
And you said annually?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Majority Leader Canizaro, for your presentation. I just had a quick question. So I was taking a look at like Section 4, and when we're talking about the timely filed pre-market tobacco product application that's like utilized in the bill, it limits the products that are marketed, it looks like, between August 8th, 2016 and September 9th, 2020. And I was confused why we're not looking at products after that date or before that date.
Thank you for the question. Assembly Member Backus, Nicole Canizaro, Senate District 6. So there are also places within this bill that define products that are regulated currently by the FDA, but this relates back to those ongoing and is a more technical definition with respect to those particular applications, and so that's the time frame that exists for the applications that would essentially allow for these products to be considered by the Food and Drug Administration.
Okay, so the intent of this is not to exclude other products with this new bill. It's only just looking at those. Like, I was a little confused by that.
Thank you for the question, Assemblymember Backus. Nicole Canizaro, Senate District 6. So yes, this bill would not, in the way that it is structured, eliminate additional products from coming on to the marketplace, so long as they were either within the course of those applications that are pending for those individuals that have, for those companies that have that, or for anything that is FDA approved. It would obviously require for those processes to be in place, but it wouldn't prohibit new items from coming on the market, no.
And then, sorry, may I have one more question, or Chair? I was just looking, I know we had somewhere, and I know we've had multiple reprints, so it's playing catch up. But when I was looking at this bill and just some of the other fiscal aspects, I saw that there was going to be a revenue loss to the state. I don't know if that's been corrected with the fee that's being charged, but if you could elaborate on that, that would be helpful too.
Yes, thank you for the question, Assemblymember Backus. There is still a projected reduction in OTP revenue of approximately $5.25 million over the biennium. However, because nicotine products are generally considered inelastic goods, it's expected that any decrease in revenue would be temporary as users migrate to those new FDA products. And so while there might be initially some loss of revenue, which we believe may be true, and we've been working with obviously our amazing tax staff to kind of work through those numbers, over time I think that we would see that would sort of course correct itself as those products that are approved come onto the marketplace and users are then buying those products. Because I think one of the tough parts, and this bill does not solve the issue of whether or not, nor does this bill sort of take a position on whether or not individuals should be using vapor products, right? Similar to whether or not people should be smoking cigarettes or drinking alcohol or smoking cigars or any of these other types of products. This is more a recognition that there should be some sort of regulatory framework. And so while the regulatory framework might initially result in some revenue loss, because that demand may continue to exist, they would just migrate to a different product that is within the directory and the approved products, if that makes sense.
I just can't help it. I mean, I feel like I'll be honest, Majority Leader. I had another bill that was bringing a new product on, and I received a lot of challenges. And so I see this bill, and I see it as another means of like excluding products in the marketplace. And so that's where I was getting a little concerned, and I hope that's not what it's doing. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I have a question. Since both the Attorney General's office and the Department of Taxation would be reliant upon the revenue that this would bring in to support their administrative costs, and it might be a question better for the agencies and not you, how they determine that the proposed fees would be enough to support those costs?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's a great question. Nicole Canizaro, Senate District 6, and I know I think we do have individuals from both Department of
There's
Tax
some phone a friends.
and the Attorney General's office who can hopefully better answer that question.
Teresa Benitez Thompson, Chief of Staff to Attorney General Ford. So yes, to your question, Chair Monroe Moreno. So as we worked through the process of the bill from the first issuance of what the fiscal note would be for our office, what the fee amount would be to cover it. The idea was that this should not be something that should be a cost to the state in the long run. It should be something that's supported by the fees. And so we subsequently had conversations with our fiscal staff, with Department of Taxation to figure out how it would work. So the amount of fee that you see that is listed in the bill, which is in Section 6, you'll see initial fee of $6,300 for each type of vapor product, then an annual renew fee of $6,300. Estimating about 300 different types of products would seek to be on the registry, and that math covers the ongoing biennium expenses for our department. And I'll let taxation say about theirs, but we consider the aggregate of the two.
Shelley Hughes for the record. Ms. Benitez Thompson is correct, yes. We have determined that the fees would cover our costs.
And how many products do we currently have on the market? You had mentioned 300. Would that be an increased number? Do we know what the total number is right now of these products?
Thanks so much for the question. I'll take the first whack at it. So Teresa Benitez Thompson from the Office of Attorney General. So as the language is written for the products are in the different stages of approval and clearance by the FDA, per the language would be around 300. It might be a little bit more, but we went a little bit more conservative just to make sure that we didn't end up shorting ourselves. But there's a lot more on the market presently, and I can let taxation speak to that.
Shelley Hughes for the record. Currently, we don't track how many products are out there, but according to my investigators, there are more than 300.
Thank you. Assemblymember Brown-May.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Majority Leader, for the presentation. Thank you all for being here. And I think you spoke to it a little bit. This appears to be really a public health regulatory way to address what's happening with regard to vaping, and had an opportunity to spend a little bit of time in some of the national health committees as we talk about vaping and tobacco use. I see that there is a lot of inspection from the Attorney General's office. I'm curious to know, has there been any consideration as part of this measure to address the public health information concern? How are we educating the public? And I'm just curious to know, was there any consideration as you were crafting this piece?
Yeah, that is a great point. Assemblymember Nicole Canizaro, Senate District 6, Assemblymember Brown-May, I think that's a great point. And certainly I think there are a number of entities that rightfully are of the opinion that there are health effects that come, right, with the use of vapor products, just like there are health effects that come with other regulated items like cigarettes. This bill, we would love to have done a bunch of money for public health campaigns to talk about why it is that these sort of products, you know, especially when it comes to young people, especially when it comes to that sort of teenage years where this seems to be something that that is becoming a bigger issue that we're trying to deal with. But unfortunately, I think the part that did not make it as part of this particular bill was just the recognition that would cost money and folks to try to mount that campaign. And so part of this was, how can we make sure that if these are on the market and if folks are going to be using them, we're doing something to regulate those types of items so that we don't have a bunch of items that are over marketed, right, to young kids that are being used with cartoon characters and making it look like it's something that it is not. And we are very accustomed to those types of regulatory schemes, and that was really the intent of this particular bill. And so I don't think that this exists outside of that conversation. It's just with respect to this particular piece of legislation that sort of fell outside of the realm of what we thought we would be able to do.
Thank you for the clarification relative to that, and to acknowledging that we are, marketing to children things that could be potentially harmful. I appreciate the work that you've done relative to this and public health.
Thank you for the question. Assemblymember Watts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. So I think you mentioned in the presentation that other states are considering or moving towards this. Do you have any additional information on kind of what other states have either adopted or are looking at setting up a similar framework to this?
Yes, thank you, Assemblymember Watts. Nicole Canizaro, Senate District 6. So there are some states that have implemented directories, others that are in the process of it. There definitely has been some litigation that has attempted to take some of these things out of statute, but most of those have been overturned. Other states that do have this, as I mentioned, are Louisiana, Oklahoma, Wisconsin. There was another one in Kentucky, and so other states that are starting to implement these same types of directories.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Not seeing any. I'll ask you to step back and we'll invite to the table anyone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 435. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Ro Moreno, members of the committee. My name is John Abel, representing the LVPPA and PSAN, representing the vast majority of law enforcement in Nevada. We thank the Senate Majority Leader for bringing this bill to help us control any of these bad vapor products that are marketed to kids. We are fully in support of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Thomas Morley, representing Laborers Local 872, Laborers Local 169, Communication Workers of America, and Teamsters Local 631. We're in support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Marino and committee. I'm Peter Kruger, today representing myself, but with 20 years experience in representing tobacco retailers and retailers in general. I think the Majority Leader and both the Department of Tax and the Attorney General's office did a great job outlining the policy part of this bill and as well the fiscal part. But I want to address why this bill is important to retailers. These are the kind of products that are out there that this bill helps to address. They're aimed at young people. I bought these three on the Reno market. All three are Chinese products with no control, no any kind of oversight or control. I call the committee's attention to what happened in Douglas County not 2 or 3 months ago, where vape products were found to be laced with fentanyl. This directory helps retailers gain an even hand in knowing what they can sell, what they can't sell. Right now, it's a wild, wild west out there. Distributors come to a retailer has no way of knowing. There's only about 34 products that the FDA has ever got around to approving. And hopefully that will change and it will become more clear. But right now, this bill is essential for retailers to know what they can sell and what they can't sell. I think one of the questions that I want to address is that the fee of $6,300 only applies to manufacturers. There is no additional cost in this bill about our fee or tax on tobacco retailers, none whatsoever. I think that's important for the committee to know. But once again, the important part of this is that these products that are available today would at least have to stand the test and be subject to scrutiny and by the FDA and others in order to get in the Nevada directory. This bill is long overdue, and we need it to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Leslie Pittman here on behalf of Juul Labs today. In full support of Senate Bill 435, we appreciate Senator Cannizzaro bringing the bill forward. It's imperative that alternative nicotine products introduced to the American marketplace be scientifically validated, made by manufacturers committed to following the law, and responsibly marketed and sold to adults who use nicotine and not to those under the age of 21. Unfortunately, today, illegal vapor products comprise over 60% of the U.S. electronic nicotine delivery system market. Nearly all come from China, where they are largely also illegal. U.S.-based manufacturers have spent billions of dollars investing in high-quality, rigorously tested devices and liquids. On the other hand, Chinese manufacturers of illicit products have made billions of dollars by evading FDA regulation while misbranding and mislabeling their products. The problem is real, the problem is huge, and you have the opportunity to address it through this legislation. We urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair, committee members. My name is Adrian Hunt, ADRIAN-HUNT. I represent the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. We're in full support of SB 435. This directory will definitely impact the state and our agency. We thank the senator for bringing this bill forward. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Alfredo Alonso today on behalf of RJ Reynolds. And I bring up a couple of things that are really important that I think you've heard out there. This doesn't change the tax structure at all. So whatever new products exist, whether it's large companies, small companies, they will fall into their categories as they would normally, and that goes for the future. So there should not be any concern of unique taxing structure being created by this bill. It has nothing to do with it. Number two, I think obviously the illicit market is significant. It's massive in this country, and this doesn't solve all the problems, but starts getting there just like this body did with cigarettes years ago. There is a directory for the cigarette side, for the combustible side. So you're not doing anything new here. I think it's far overdue, and again, new products as they come in will be handled exactly the same with no different tax ramifications for anybody. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Trevor Parrish with the Vegas Chamber. The Chamber is in support of the fiscal provisions of the bill, and we thank the bill sponsor for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City, and not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas. We'll go to the phone lines. Broadcast, do we have anyone joining us by phone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 435?
To testify in support of Senate Bill 435, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Hello, committee. This is Peter Guzman, president of the Latin Chamber of Commerce. I want to echo a lot of the comments that I've already mentioned, but I want to say emphatically of how proud I am of the majority leader bringing such an important bill forward that really sets a goal of supporting public safety and public health by giving the ability to enforce removing illegal vaping products in Nevada, which are unregulated. This is really an important bill. And again, I commend Majority Leader for bringing it forward, and the Latin Chamber of Commerce is in full support.
Thank you so much. Next caller.
Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. and I'm here today on behalf of Cormark. I urge you to support Senate Bill 435, a nicotine vapor product directory bill in Nevada. Cormark employs over 400 Nevadans. We supply over 800 stores across the state, a warehouse in Clark County, Las Vegas. Currently, many vapor products in the Nevada market are in violation of FDA rules for law. It's very challenging. It's not impossible for responsible wholesalers, retailers, and consumers to discern which products are compliant to be sold and which are not. The adoption of a vapor directory in Nevada will allow responsible distributors and retailers to know what products are compliant and which ones are not. In addition to protecting consumers, a vapor directory would facilitate an equal playing field for all distributors in the state, protect Nevada citizens from federal enforcement and selling or distributing non-compliant products. Right now, we have no clarity and may be enforced against at any point. We need mechanisms to understand what products are legal for sales and distribution. Directory fees and violation fines will help support the enforcement efforts needed to ensure that all distributors and retailers are only selling compliant products. We do business, like mentioned earlier, in Louisiana as well, where nicotine vapor directory is already in place, and we've seen the market change and believe that the directory is working to help ensure that retailers and wholesalers are selling compliant products. In conclusion, you support Senate Bill 435 of the directory bill, a vapor directory in Nevada, and an even playing field for all distributors and retailers. Please provide industry members with the information that they need to distribute and sell only compliant products, help fund equitable enforcement of those efforts.
Could you restate your name for the record? When you first started speaking, we were not able to capture that.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Scott, C-O-T-T, Cosby, C-O-S-B-Y.
Okay, Scott, you're going to kill me. I got the first name. What was the last one?
I'm sorry, and I'm in my car. It's Cosby, like Bill Cosby, C-O-S-B-Y.
Perfect. We got it. Thank you so much for joining us. Broadcast, do we have any other callers?
Chair, we have no additional callers in support.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. If there's anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 435, I invite you to the tables, both here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members. For the record, Eddie Abeliser on behalf of Philip Morris International. Senate Bill 435 has been introduced this year in 30 other states by provisions that have been brought forth by the Altria Group with one purpose alone, and that's to limit the market on what products are sold in these states. This year, only 2 states have passed that law. Unlike other states, this bill includes a tax raise on vapor products in Section 6 that will be passed along to consumers. Any manufacturer who supports this market grab does so because it benefits their bottom line by removing their competition. This legislation has already been ruled unconstitutional just weeks ago by Judge Stephanie Ross in stripping the Iowa Vape Registry, and currently in North Carolina, the exact same language is in court in front of a federal judge. The reason all lies in Section 4 of this bill. Rather than only include FDA-approved products to be sold in the registry, this bill allows for products that are on the PMTA, which is a pre-market tobacco application, so an application alone, only between the dates of 2016 and 2020. That should lead you to ask why. Well, it brings back products like Juul, even though that product was sued by this state and marketed to children because of their use and tactics towards children. In limiting 2016 to 2020, the court has ruled it as unconstitutional because it violates the supremacy clause of the FDCA. It prohibits legal products with a PMTA in FDA, similar in design, from being sold in Nevada that are outside of those dates. Judge Rose stated in her argument that this bill is unconstitutional, that states cannot create a scheme that is parasitic on the FDCA by conditioning sales based on FDA authorization status. Furthermore, in Section 5 of the bill, it removes the phrase "or other substance" from the definition of vapor products from NRS 370.054. That's important because there are products like Sensa, which is created by Reynolds. It's a vape product without nicotine that can now be sold in Nevada without taxation. My client's concerns on this bill is that it creates a double taxation. It moves the product IQOS, which is not sold in Nevada yet, into both the definition of a cigarette and the definition of a vape. In closing, this bill is not a bill to limit illicit Chinese products, which, mind you, is such a horrible undertone. Moreover, most of Juul and Altria's cigarettes are actually manufactured in China. Let's be honest, this bill is a creative way to eliminate legal and lawful competition for the benefit of a few big tobacco companies. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Josh Griffin with the Griffin Company here on behalf of the Vapor Technology Association, VTA. First and foremost, VTA appreciates the opportunity not only to be here, but supports, I think, many of the goals in Senator Cannizzaro, the bill in Senator Cannizzaro's testimony. Of course, we need to have a safe, regulated industry which ensures products are properly labeled, marketed to adult consumers, and while ensuring that the vapor products stay out of the hands of our youth. But the bill in its current form not only doesn't do that, I think it inadvertently creates a flavor ban and could create an illicit black market for vapor products, which the state will have no regulatory authority over, while having impact on many small businesses. As was stated in the testimony right before me, SB 435 as written would ban products that the FDA has not authorized, and to date, the FDA has only authorized about 10 to 14 vaping products, all of which just happen to be owned by Big Tobacco. Thus, the bill will have a devastating impact on the small businesses that don't sell this limited subset of products. Also, as it relates to some of the impacts that has been happening in these other bans, recent research from Yale University, and I will send it to the committee, Madam Chair, discovered that in every state or municipality which banned flavored vaping products, cigarette smoking increased not only amongst adults, but amongst youth. I'm going to quote from that study. Vaping flavor restrictions lead to an additional 15 cigarettes sold for every one vaping pod sold. So to put a finer point on it, 71% of the increase in cigarette sales associated with ends of flavor restrictions comes from tobacco-flavored cigarettes. There's no question that the federal regulation that the Nevada Legislature is being asked to endorse, as was mentioned earlier, has faced intense scrutiny in federal courts. There are more than 80 lawsuits currently filed against the FDA for the implementation of the PMTA process and recent federal appellate court decisions which have declared the process illegal. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals declared unequivocally that the FDA's process is unlawful and opened its lengthy opinion with one stark statement. Over several years, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration sent manufacturers of flavored e-cigarettes on a wild goose chase. As was just mentioned also, just this month, a few weeks ago, in the state of Iowa, which had adopted House File 2677, largely identical to this bill, the court concluded that House File 2677 impermissibly intrudes upon the federal government's exclusive authority to enforce the FDCA. And while although Iowa will retain broad police powers to regulate the sale of tobacco products within its borders, it may not condition market access on compliance with federal authorization standards in a manner that effectively transfers the FDA's enforcement discretion to state authorities. So like I said at the beginning, we definitely stand by and are very supportive of many of these goals on curbing access, youth access, and marketing and in advertising, and stand ready to help and continue to help in that process. That's the end of my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Seeing no one else approach the table here in Carson City, we will go down to Las Vegas. You can go ahead and get started. Make sure that you turn your mic on. We cannot hear you. You can push the button right underneath the mic. There we go.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
My name is Chris Finch. I own Vapetasia, and I oppose SB 435. I was born in Nevada. I've been here my entire life. This state means a lot to me. And just to give you an idea of who I am and what I do, the people before me have very well spoken, and I agree with them. Vaptasia, myself, I am the individual party involved in the lawsuit in the Fifth Circuit, where we did beat the Food and Drug Administration and moved on then to the Supreme Court, also named in Iowa in that lawsuit as well, and North Carolina, these items that have been referenced. This bill, limits products to the ones that have PMTA approval. If we look at that list of 30 products and we narrow it down to products that are actually sold, a lot of those products on that list are things such as batteries, devices that support, right? Not actual vape products or devices. If we narrow it down to devices that are actually sold, we have products such as Vuse Tobacco, Enjoy Tobacco, Enjoy Menthol, very limited number of products. And if you look back at the lawsuit that just happened with Juul and Enjoy, you can see that Enjoy is a product that is potentially ruled to come off the market. And we are left with one singular option that is, currently being sold on the market today. So this does eliminate and alienate all products. There is a portion of this where legal products could then be sold that are under legal stay, but those products do not have approval. The reason why I sued the Food and Drug Administration is simply because millions of applications, including myself, were denied for lack of behavioral studies, while products such as Vuse Tobacco get approval, market approval, lacking that same information. And that is why we've been able to win, is because of the mistakes that the Food and Drug Administration has done. And so this bill limits access to products and will drive people back to combustible cigarettes, which is the leading cause of preventable death in our country. And I've started this in 2012. I've been doing this a long time. And we've reduced the rate of tobacco consumption immensely. And I do not want to see it go back the other way. There's many things that were discussed here, by the majority leader that, such as Louisiana, or, I'm also registered in Oklahoma, who has refused to do enforcement because they could not figure out how to put this whole thing together. Louisiana is another state that is a mess. They have black market issues, problems with things making it on the registry that aren't supposed to be there. Oklahoma, same issue. Tons of products making on the registry that aren't supposed to be there, having a hard time figuring it out. The reality of it is the Food and Drug Administration doesn't release a list. To discuss some of the points on this bill that are, I feel, problematic, we discuss about $6,300 a year. So $6,300 a year is a per SKU fee. They consider a product fee, right? Big Tobacco makes a product with 1 nicotine strength. In some products, 2 nicotine strengths. These products are designed where if you adopt them, you have no choice but to buy these nicotine strengths, and that's it, which is typically 5% nicotine, 20 or 2.5% nicotine. I make products, and my products that are protected by legal stay, anywhere from 5% nicotine, 2.5% nicotine, all the way down to 0%. 6 different nicotine strengths in each product, right? So each flavor.
Sir, could
So
you
if I
wrap
were to
up your
take
testimony? Excuse me, could you wrap up your
Absolutely.
testimony and anything else that you have? If you send it to the committee in writing, the members will get it. But you have
100%. So
thank you so much.
And to wrap this up, at $6,300 a SKU, this would cost me over $600,000 annually as a small business to have 16 of my legal, which I have more, right? But if I took a sample size of 16 of my products that are available, it would cost me over $600,000 a year to participate in this.
Thank you so much. Thank you
there's a-
so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. The next person at the table, you can go ahead and get started.
Chair and committee members, thank you. My name is Scott Stevenson. I'm a Nevada resident, and I work in the vapor industry here in Nevada as well for BM Vape and Smoke, with locations across the state, employing residents across the state as well. I urge you to reject this bill, SB 435, for three critical reasons. The first is the budget issue. With Nevada's $191 million shortfall, including $160 million hole in education, this bill would trade tens of millions of dollars of vapor excise tax revenue for just a pittance in registration fees. This policy decision, it is a budget mistake. We can't afford to give up millions in dependable revenue for pennies on the dollar, especially during this fiscal time. The second reason is this bill shifts market power away from small Nevada businesses and towards a handful of out-of-state manufacturers. These are the same manufacturers that are better positioned to navigate this registry, while hundreds of Nevada retailers, many of whom depend on vapor products for more than half of their revenue, could be forced to close or downsize drastically. This means fewer jobs, fewer paychecks, less tax revenue for Nevada. The third reason is this is not a health bill. Health groups oppose this bill. The American Heart Association has spoken out against it. Nevada Tobacco and Smoke Free Coalition has spoken out against it. Nevada Chronic Care Collaborative, they've all rejected it. As KRNV reported, American Heart Association lobbyists said a product registry diverts attention from policies that actually work. Users will not migrate to new FDA-approved products. They'll go back to cigarettes, and studies have proven this. The bill's foundation is legally unstable. As mentioned previously, a vape registry of this kind has been struck down as unconstitutional. It relies on the FDA's PMTA process, which is currently being challenged in federal court. And if the challenge succeeds, the entire framework collapses and facing costly litigation for the state. Nevada's financial stability, and I say this as a resident here, and the livelihoods of our local workers are at stake. This bill asks us to trade millions in tax revenue for a policy that disproportionately benefits a few large companies, creating a monopoly for big tobacco while hurting small businesses. Please vote no on SB 435 and keep Nevada's priorities where they belong, protecting our jobs, our budgets, and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You can go ahead, and I'll remind everyone that there's 2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Manny Hilke, and I'm born and raised in Las Vegas. I've been in this industry for 12 years, and I've probably helped hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people quit smoking and reduce nicotine. I oppose SB 435 for several reasons. I'm also one of the many small business owners that this would affect. I have 4 locations across the valley, and I employ 20 to 30 longtime employees. Most of these people have been with us since we started. And they also have families as well. This bill will affect hundreds, if not thousands, of small businesses in Nevada and tens of thousands in Nevada just in employment alone. This will eliminate a large portion of sales revenue for over 600 stores just in the Las Vegas Valley and many more throughout the state. All of these businesses are locked into leases, and for my partners and I, we're locked into 5 leases that are anywhere from 3 to 5 years long. All of these are personally guaranteed. When you come to retail, they usually want small businesses to personally guarantee these loans. So this bill will cripple our businesses and force us out of our leases, which will ultimately cost all of us small businesses up to 600, if not thousands, in Nevada. And it will also cost thousands of amazing employees their jobs and greatly affect all of their families' lives. So I can't speak for the other businesses, but our shops have paid Nevada just about $150,000 in taxes just this last quarter. This isn't including the wholesale tax of 30% for OTP products that we paid our distributors. I believe that Bill SB 435 is going to cost the state millions of dollars in tax revenue, as well as having major impact on thousands of Nevada small businesses. There's just simply not enough approved products for people to turn to, and thousands of us are going to go out of business because of this, because we cannot sustain by selling 1 or 2 products. This isn't in my notes, but what I did notice is that, people aren't going to go back to vaping or using other products for big tobacco. What big tobacco does is they give big box retailers a very, very, very good price. And then when we try to go direct to them, our price is ridiculously high. Our cost is actually often more than the retail costs of C stores and things like that. So If this was an actual public health and, epidemic or for child use, I have 2 teenage kids myself and almost 10 teenage nieces and nephews that I'm very close to. So out of all people, I can understand protecting our kids and how to keep it out of their hands.
Thank you
So
so much
with our
for
4
your
stores-
comments. And if you'd like to submit the remainder of your comments to the committee in writing, that would be wonderful. We can move on to the next person. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Jamie Reza Homanpour, and I own Blue Diamond Vapors located at 7380 South Rainbow Boulevard in Las Vegas, Nevada, 89139. I'm here today because I want to dispel some of the misinformation about SB 435. This bill is an obfuscation, and one of the things that we heard earlier today was that the FDA does not enforce, or it has a minimal enforcement. But I'm a small business owner. I deal with the FDA directly, and the FDA sent us a letter in 2023 regarding a product that they wanted removed from the market in its entirety. That journey cost about $20,000 and involved myself, the FDA, our counsel, Cox Communications, GoDaddy, InMotion Hosting, Visa MasterCard, Kaja Payments, and several other people. The FDA was just in my store this April, about 6 weeks ago. I've seen the FDA in my store more times in the last 2 to 5 years than I've ever seen a tobacco inspector or somebody looking to see whether or not my employees check IDs. The FDA does enforcement. On the 25th of May, they sent out 55 new letters that will start around like this. When I wanted to switch credit card processors at the start of this year, I had to once again provide all of that information because you go essentially into a database where credit card processors realize that you may have challenges. One of the things that is important to understand about the way the FDA enforces is that it has to follow the framework and it has to understand its litigation. Yes, there is a cigarette registry. There's no doubt about it. But what we're failing to understand is that the Tobacco Control Act passed in 2009 and it's finished. But the rules that govern the vapor space are not done. They're being litigated constantly, and we are not prepared to establish a framework to create a registry because we don't know what those rules will look like when the dust settles. No one wants an unregulated market. Nobody wants children to vape. Everybody wants responsible owners. What I'm asking for you guys is to understand that this is not an attempt to create a registry similar to cigarettes because we're not ready there. What I need you to understand is the FDA does enforcement. I am a Nevada small business owner. I am living proof of that enforcement. You can Google my name. You can see the FDA's response and my responses to them. And I'm still in business. I didn't get shut down because I followed the rules and I complied. At the end of the day, what this bill is going to do is close us and hand our businesses to big tobacco. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone line broadcast. Do we have anyone joining us by phone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 435?
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 435, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in opposition.
Thank you so much. We will move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 435, I invite you to the tables here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Moreno, members of Assembly Ways and Means. Teresa Benitez Thompson with the Office of Attorney General here. The fiscal note that you're going to see is coming from our office. It's specifically regarding Section 21.5, which is for the next biennium, the amount of dollars that are going to be needed in order to stand up the program. And then from there, per Section 6 is a licensing fee that will cover the effects on future biennia. This is what the office would need in terms of resources are the one senior deputy attorney general, a deputy attorney general, legal researcher, a legal secretary in AA, 12 part-time youth for Section 19 youth enforcement, and then the 4 criminal investigators for enforcement otherwise. So that's how we built the note, and that's what our fiscal note part's on.
Thank you so much for that. And you believe the fees that would be paid by the vendors would cover the future biennium cost to your office?
Teresa Benitez Thompson for the record, yes. And as we thought about how to, if the bill became policy and we were able to move forward, we kind of staggered the start dates in the bill for when the registry would be stood up and onboarding the staff to create the registry, and then having compliance come a year after, so the investigators coming a year after, so that we could kind of have the right kind of runway for this.
Thank you so much. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City to testify in neutral. Not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas. We'll go to the phone line one last time to see if there's anyone joining us that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 435.
To testify in neutral to Senate Bill 435, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. I will be speaking in opposition. My name is Gregory Conley. I'm an attorney and a former nonprofit executive who has spent more than a decade working on nicotine and tobacco policy. I'm here today to respectfully urge you to reject SB 435. It's a sloppily drafted bill that will benefit Altria, Juul, and RJ Reynolds to the detriment of small businesses and adult consumers. This bill would create a de facto ban on the vast majority of vaping products used by this state's 200,000 adult vapors. These are not fringe items. They represent the core of what adults in your district actually use as an alternative to cigarettes. So let's be clear. This bill is not about stopping shadowy figures in China. If it were, the sponsors would have embraced a compromise like Tennessee's, which will continue to allow products with American-made liquids manufactured in FDA-registered facility while targeting foreign-made products that the FDA has a harder time getting their hands around. Instead, SB 435 bans thousands of products that have demand in the market today while clearing a protected path for Big Tobacco's unpopular cigarette-flavored devices. Nowhere in this country have proponents for these bills brought forth a state regulator to testify to the success of these laws. There's a reason for that. There is none. As the gentleman from your local small business, Vaptasia, noted, Louisiana, Alabama, Oklahoma, their registries are all messes. This is not the kind of sweeping, high-cost proposal that should be rushed through in the final days of session when lobbyists are crowding out concerned constituents in Carson City. If this bill reaches the governor's desk, I hope he'll agree it reeks of something unseemly and veto it, but it shouldn't come to that. Today, you could decide, let's not criminalize small businesses, limit adult options, and double down on failed regulatory policy at the federal level. If the
Thank you
intent is
so
to
much
ban
for
cartoon
joining us.
characters,
You can
do that.
submit the remainder of your testimony to the committee in writing. Thank you for joining us today. Broadcast, do we have any other callers that would like to testify in neutral? And we will move that last caller's testimony to opposition.
Chair, we have no additional callers for neutral testimony.
Thank you so much. We will ask the sponsor of the bill if he has any closing comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Nicole Canizaro, Senate District 6. Just some brief notes that I wanted to just make for the committee. First and foremost, the fee that is provided for in Senate Bill 435 is a fee that is paid by manufacturers, not by the individual retailers. So I know there was some testimony about that, and I just wanted to clarify who is actually going to be paying that particular fee. When it comes to some of the cases that have been discussed, a majority of courts have upheld a state's right to sort of regulate the use of vapor products. First and foremost, the state of Nevada absolutely does, and I think one of the differences with the Iowa court decision is that the state of Nevada does have the absolute authority to allow for regulation when it comes to safety and welfare in the state, and to also adopt any other federal recommendations that might be coming. So if something is regulated by the FDA, which these products are, that is something that the state of Nevada absolutely could adopt. In Iowa, one of the pieces of that particular case, which is just still in its first iteration in the trial courts, and so subject to appeal, is that they found that the state did not have the authority to be able to do that regulation. The The other thing that came up in some of the testimony was the rejection of certain applications with the FDA, and the United States Supreme Court just in April actually issued a decision that was unanimous that said that the FDA actually can implement that process and that that process is valid for the approval of those products through the FDA and was not arbitrary or capricious. So that model that exists and as a basis of a potential litigation has sort of been answered by the United States Supreme Court. The other part I wanted to answer, two brief things. One, other states that do have directories have a number of products on the market. And so just to give you an idea of that, in Louisiana, it is about 400 products. In North Carolina, it is about 500 products. So there are a lot of products that end up on the marketplace, even with regulation. And the important piece that I think we always kind of hear whenever we're trying to regulate something or how we draw those regulations is, are you creating some sort of black market? I would argue that in Nevada, over 60% of the items that are currently being sold are actually products that are not regulated in any form or fashion. That in and of itself is a black market that we are putting out in actual retail stores and selling to Nevadans. And so the whole point of this legislation was to create a mechanism and a scheme for which we can engage in regulation. And I think that the state of Nevada absolutely has the authority to do so, and the way in which this bill was drafted doesn't fall afoul of some of the other pieces in litigation that we have seen, because I do believe that we have that authority. So with that, Madam Chair, I appreciate the time, and certainly if any members of the committee have any questions after this, I'd be happy to provide any information or answer any of them. And again, just thank you for the time on this very busy day.
No problem. Thank you for being here. And with that, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 435. And we will open the hearing on Senate Bill 468, which makes an appropriation to the State Public Charter School Authority for the transportation of pupils enrolled in charter schools. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Romarino and committee members. My name is Melissa McKinnon. I'm the Executive Director of the State Public Charter School Authority. I'm here to present Senate Bill 468, which appropriates $17 million in general funds to the State Public Charter School Authority to fund transportation services for students enrolled in public charter schools, both within the SPCSA portfolio as well as in other portfolios. This funding was originally recommended to be included in the pupil-centered funding plan. However, during the PCFP budget closing, this funding was removed to instead provide as one-time funding to the State Public Charter School Authority. The SPCSA intends to award the transportation funding in accordance with NRS 388.3936 on a competitive basis, using a structured application and predetermined scoring rubric to select schools that will receive funds and allocate the amounts eligible for reimbursement. The priority for awards will be, first, the maintenance of existing services for those schools who implemented transportation over this current biennium. Two, new transportation programs with preference given to Title I schools. And three, expansion of existing transportation programs. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you so much. I believe we have a few questions, and we'll start with Assembly Member Mosca.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much. Thank you for the list. I think that's really helpful. And then my questions were just, what was the uptake in this past fiscal year of the transportation from the funds from last session, and how much of those were Title I schools? Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Mosca. Melissa McKinnon for the record. So we allocated $7 million each year of the biennium. This year we actually didn't have enough money to allocate to everyone who needed it. So we allocated every single bit of it. Over $5 million has been spent to date, and we anticipate less than $60,000 will be spent by the end of the fiscal year. So really good use of the funds. 23 different charter holders servicing 27 campuses. Of those, 87% are Title I.
Assembly Member Bacchus.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So my question is, there's the 27 campuses. how many other up and above that do you anticipate would be interested? Because what I'm concerned is that's the second in priority, and it's prioritizing these first 27 campuses above other campuses that wish to secure financing or funding for transportation.
Melissa Mackinnon, great question. So one of the things about prioritizing those campuses is in their initial grants over the last 2 years, there were a lot of capital expenses where they were buying. They've bought over 50 vehicles, buses, vans, etc. So those schools that are already operating, they won't need to buy new vehicles. So maintaining their programs won't be as expensive as that initial ask was. So we think it will actually free up more money. We're in the process of collecting that information right now, what their maintenance of those programs will be. But certainly recognize that, yeah, we have 5 new schools that are supposed to be opening, all of which should be Title I in the coming school year. And of course, we want this money to be available to them. But we do believe it's going to free up the maintenance piece will free up some of those dollars to then go towards these other new schools coming on board and buying their vehicles. And then the next year, they won't need to buy the vehicles, they just need to maintain them, so it'll free up money that way.
Members, any other questions? Not seeing any. This appropriation of the $17 million for FY26 was included in the executive budget. So members, you won't see a fiscal note associated with this. This is strictly just an appropriation. And not seeing any other questions, thank you so much for being here today. And we'll invite to the table anyone that came to testify in support of Senate Bill 468. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is William Horn with Western Public Affairs, representing Nevada Charter School Association, and we stand in strong support of this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Sarah Adler for the Public Charter Coalition of Northern Nevada. So I want to share with you a couple things. Of the 6 schools that are in our coalition, 2 of them have used this. They're both Title I schools, and they are using this as really important means of supporting the families who have chosen their school when they confront something like illness among the single-parent family who is unable to get the child to school. They can communicate with the school, and the school can go and pick up the child in the vehicle they bought through this program. Also, other schools in our coalition have now learned from their fellows and are seeking to use this funding in the future. This is definitely not enough funding for a charter school to create a comprehensive transportation program so that they now become district-like in their ability to provide transportation. But it reduces chronic absenteeism and provides a lot of family support. So we urge your support for the measure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being here. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to our phone line. Do we have anyone joining us by phone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 468?
To testify in support of Senate Bill 468, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in support.
We'll move to opposition. If there's anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 468, we invite you to the table here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go back to the phone lines again to see if there's anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 468.
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 468, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue.
Hi there. I'm actually calling in support. I hit the button just a little too late. You guys are quick today. So I just want to say that this is Tammy Romo. Good afternoon. T-A-M-R-O-M-O. I'm voting in support of the transportation getting to the schools, and it looks like monies have already been set aside from the general funds. So anything to help support the charter schools is a great start. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll move your testimony to support. Broadcast, do we have anyone joining us on the line that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 468?
Chair, we have no additional callers for opposition testimony.
Thank you so much. We'll move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 468, I invite you to the tables in Carson City and Las Vegas. And not seeing anyone approach either table, we'll go to the phone line one last time to see if we have anyone who's joined us that would like to testify in the neutral position on Senate Bill 468.
Chair, we have no callers for neutral.
Thank you so much, and we will ask the sponsor, bill presenter, and she's shaking her head no. So with that, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 468. And members, that brings us to the last item on the first agenda for today, and that is public comment. If we have anyone in the room that would like to make public comment, we invite you to the tables here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. If you'd like to call in for public comment, our number is 669-900-6833. The meeting ID is 882-863-86140, and then please press pound. And not seeing anyone approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas. Broadcast, do we have anyone joining us that would like to provide public comment at this time?
To provide public comment, please press *9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for public comment.
Thank you so much. Members, there may be a second agenda posted, so keep eye out for that. I know there's a few other committees going on right now, and then we're going back to the floor. If we come back, it would be after floor. But we will let your attachés know if the second agenda gets posted. So until then, this meeting is adjourned.